Is Krista coming?
I don't know.
Have a chair for her.
I don't know, but we have a chair here. Good. Yeah, so I think we'll be okay.
How are you doing, Don? We could swap it better.
Yeah. we can do that.
All right.
Okay, great. I'm going to call the meeting to order of the Hopkinton Budget Committee on January 25th, 2023. And we will start with the pledge and Jonathan, will you be going?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of
one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Appreciate that. Sorry to hear you got sick. Just better.
Just a quick announcement before we start. Thank you all for coming. I know it's a little rough out there. So our plan tonight is we're gonna go till 7:30. And then we're gonna take a look outside, do the official weather forecast. And we'll decide at that point if we want to continue tonight or adjourn and reconvene next week. And we'll pull the budget committee on availability for that. And for that reason, when we get to the public comment sections, I'm just going to ask people to keep it brief and to the point to make sure as many people as possible, both here in the room and who may be joining by Zoom, have a chance to share their comments. I know we all want to hear them. And so if I interrupt you, don't be offended. It just means I want to make sure we have time for as many people as possible to join in. So we are going to hold on the public meeting minutes from January 11th. There is a draft up online, but we have a little bit of work to do on them before we bring the committee for approval. So we should be doing that at our next meeting. And so with that, we're gonna turn it over to Ken to give us an update on the town's 23 budget and associated warrant articles.
Thank you, Mark. At the end of our last budget committee meeting, the committee held a straw vote on the town's budget and two proposed bonds. The vote on the budget was fully in support, while the votes on the bonds were split. And if nothing else, you were certainly seeking more information, which is a very valid concern. The select board heard your concerns and shares them in terms of needing more information. So I'm going to explain the evolution of the board's requests. After more work with the engineers, the decision was made to do the engineering for the septic lagoon cleanup in 2023 and the actual cleanup in 2024. This means that the $1 million bond will be removed from the warrant and $150,000 will be added to the operating budget to cover the engineering costs. Fortunately, this addition to the budget can be offset by a higher than anticipated fund balance. A couple of items to note, provided that we keep the project moving forward, the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services will work with us on the timeline. A bond can be proposed in 2024 to the actual cleanup when we have complete details. This also gives more time and potential to obtain additional grants to assist with the cost. Discussions are also currently taking place on the possibility of sludge from a wastewater treatment facility being able to be disposed of with the lagoon sludge, which has the potential of significant cost savings to the town. So using the $150,000 from the fund balance, that will still leave the town's overall tax requested increase at 6.5%. At this point, the estimate for the lagoon cleanup is $1,072,000, which includes the $150,000 for engineering. And these costs, remember, would be split 75-25 with Webster. So I'll pause for a moment before I go into a different subject, take questions if there are any.
I just had a brief one, Ken. I had talked to someone who had mentioned that there are state dollars if drinking water is impacted by the PFOAs. Have we looked into whether we can access any of those dollars?
We've been looking at every avenue to get dollars from the state, but I don't think this would have this isn't drinking water.
It doesn't impact it at all?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
But, you know, any ideas for where we could try to seek out grants, you know, please pass that on.
I'd just like to add that the sewer ponds are in the contaminated plume of the landfill. So it's within the soils that are already polluted and controlled by the DES.
Thanks, Rich.
Other questions or comments about the lagoon?
Just a small one before turning to the big issue of roads. We'll be requesting a smaller warrant article to put $10,000 into a payroll liability trust fund, which is something we did last year. This fund is to cover unexpectedly high retirement costs, like what we incurred several years ago when we had Chief Pecora retiring and several other individuals. It's just for unanticipated expenses to level those type of costs out. And like I said, that would also come out of the slightly higher fund balance than originally expected.
Quick question, Ken, just, what's the nature of the timing of that? I mean, why wasn't that in the original warrant? Is something where you bring it in because you have additional fund balance, and so it's sort of a safety spenders, or
It was,
you anticipated something that you weren't
it
before?
was in there all along. Well, it wasn't in, you know, the budget, let's say, but it was something in the back of our minds. We started it with 10,000 last year, and the thought was to, I believe, build it up to maybe 50,000 and just try to hold at that.
Gotcha. Great. Thanks.
Okay, then the elephant in the room. Moving on to the road bond. The select board heard loud and clear that you'd like more cost estimates on the roads. With that in mind, Neil and Dan have provided a number of road maintenance schedules for shimming and overlay, chip seal, gravel replenish, and road rebuild. In total, showing we're about 23 million down, of which 20 million relates to road rebuilds. Those schedules show how, through our current budgetary levels and continuation of the 5% annual increase and an additional 50,000 next year, we can hold our own with regards to shimming and overlay, chip seal, and gravel rebuilds. You'll also see that for 2023, we're spending an additional 307,000, which comes from encumbrances in 2022 and additional highway block grant funds from the state. So setting that aside, we're left with the road rebuild and what to do about it. The select board continues to feel a $2 million bond may be called for. And with that, I am gladly going to turn the table over to my counterpart, Thomas.
Hi, everybody. Great to be back. So I'm not sure if Neil sent or if you guys have the materials that we got from. They do?
Yes.
Great.
Thomas, can you just introduce yourself for
Yes.
our minute?
I am Thomas Palma, 340 Main Street, and also one of the select board members.
Thank you.
So I think you guys have seen most of the materials that we have. And kind of the big story is we have a relatively extremely large backlog of road rebuilding to do. The last road bond we did was in 2017. I don't have a record of one happening before that. It's at least before.
We've done two.
And then I don't think there was any, at least from the from the bond records I've looked at, we don't have any before 2011. So, yeah, I mean, we have a large backlog. There's some roads that are getting extremely worn down, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thomas, we just got this, I think, yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know if everyone's had a chance to really go
Yeah.
through it, and I wonder if you want to, and
Yeah.
including people in the audience, spend maybe just a few minutes stepping us through the.
Great. Would you rather start with the road rebuild plan? The backlog? I mean,
Whatever you feel. sort of
yeah, we might as well
build
start there.
understanding.
I'm sorry, can we put it up?
We can.
Yep, sorry.
No.
Yeah. I think it actually might be better to start with the road maintenance worksheet. Yeah. So this is probably the best place to actually start. So there's a couple. Trying to actually do a long-term plan for road maintenance is fairly difficult because of all the different variables in road construction and road use. It can vary widely. From all the numbers I've seen, it can vary by up to 100% in terms of cost per mile for a road, or in terms of how much you're supposed to be spending or budgeting every year per mile of road based on road usage, speed, maintenance plans, a lot of different factors. But there's a couple different calculators, and there's a couple different kind of like general rules of thumb that you can use. And we've used a calculator. Dan and Neil put this plan together. So this plan here has a rough breakdown of road by road, what we should be putting into a long-term maintenance plan. This doesn't necessarily negate the need to eventually reclaim these roads and rebuild these roads, but it significantly changes the cost per mile by extending out that period. So with this type of maintenance plan, you typically see a road lifespan of around 30 to 50 years before you have to completely reclaim the road. So you're spending a decent amount of money every year doing things like shimming and paving, but you extend the total lifespan of the road significantly. If you're not doing something like this, then effectively you're just letting the roads degrade to a point where they get bad enough, and then you have to put a bunch of money into to completely reclaim them. And that average cost, I think it's about, it's about a 15 to 20%, depending on the road usage, about a 15 to 20% increase in the cost per mile over the lifespan of the road. So this plan here is based on our current numbers that we have. Well, these numbers match very well with what our actual budget is this year. We've increased the shimming and paving and asphalt budget this year to match these numbers. So that also matches really well with the calculators that you can put in, the types of roads, the length of roads, the condition, and then putting out a maintenance plan. So that kind of breaks down into this, and he goes out pretty specifically 5 years, and then just kind of average from there 5% increase over the following 5 years. There's an important note on this too. So this is a 5% increase in cost every year, or in budget and cost every year. So that overall long-term trend tends to fit. Last year was significantly different. Last year was about 30% increase in asphalt, shimming, and paving. So would have been great if we could have gotten some good bonds a couple of years ago, but here we are. So yeah. So this is a good breakdown. And then if you want to go to the other, do you want to go to the one with the list of backlog? Sure. Yeah, so this is our current list. It's up to date. I think we're missing, we might be missing one road on there. Gould Hill. I think we're missing Gould Hill on that list, but other than that, it's fairly up to date. So this is our current, from Dan, our current projected backlog of roads that need to be rebuilt. So we've done at least 2 bonds in the last 5 years, and I think there's another one that includes 2017. And then I don't have a road bond happening from 2011 onwards.
prior.
Yeah, prior to that. So it's been a long time since we put a significant amount of money into road rebuilding. Our average budgeting, if we look at kind of everything, the amount of money that we're budgeting on roads right now is about $8,000 per mile, $8,000 to $10,000 per mile per year. From everything that I've seen, what we should probably be budgeting is anywhere from $50,000 to $80,000 per mile per year. So again, those numbers can vary really widely depending on the size and use of the road, but how much money we're currently putting into the roads is by all measures significantly less than what would be. So this is our projected backlog, and we feel that $2 million is probably a pretty good start to get there. It's come up a couple times. Why not bond everything? Why not just bond 20 million? This definitely came up when the interest rates were basically zero. Why not just bond the 20 million? There's a lot of problems with that. One, we can't get all the work done at once. Two, it kind of collapses your maintenance schedule into the same thing. So ideally, we'd be doing a $2 million bond now, and then starting to chip away at some of these road rebuilds over the next 10, 15 years.
So I may have missed it, but I don't see any of the rebuild roads in the maintenance budget. So is that to say that, if we do Stumpfield and maybe start on another 1 to 2 million this year, I'm just picking up roads, but like South Road could potentially not get done for 12 years and would just like fall apart and not have anything done to it.
Hopefully it wouldn't totally fall apart. So that's, so the roads that are on the road rebuild won't be on the maintenance plan. And then as we rebuild the roads, they would then come onto the maintenance plan. And some of these ones that are on the maintenance plan, as they then reach the end of their lifespan. So if they're on the maintenance plan, at some point, we still need to rebuild the roads. So they would be coming off the maintenance plan and then going into a more of a road rebuild status. It's not completely built out, but from everything that I've seen, and all of the different ways of trying to calculate these numbers for how many miles of roads we have, the general conditions they're in now, the amount of money, the top line, $530,000 a year, matches about what we should be spending per mile on our roads for a general maintenance plan. So yeah, you're correct. They're not going to match perfectly, but the total top line number coming at from a couple different ways matches extremely well.
If I could just add to that, in reality, whether we got a bond or not, whatever roads weren't rebuilt, and if we had to do some kind of maintenance to them anyway, that would still happen. Dan's not going to let a dangerous situation continue.
Right. I understand you can't build a perfect model, but just clarifying. Yeah.
It feels like the cost of money is higher, certainly, than it was when, say, we had some discussions about this. So I'm just curious if you could speak a little bit to sort of the idea of bonding versus trying to budget this cost.
Yes.
Just sort of looking at the trends and the cost of money right now.
So I've broken it down a lot of different ways. I looked at a model where you would bond everything every 15 years, like an entire cost of road every 15 years. I've looked at where you would bond your entire maintenance budget. I've looked at it where I've looked at all the different variations of how you could bond it and all the different rates. And what I generally come to the conclusion on is it almost always makes sense to budget the maintenance, but not budget the rebuilding. Because of the money that we lose. If we're going to save up $2 million, then the money that we're going to be losing for that by saving it up, it makes it less valuable. And then the inflation rate from the asphalt paving is significantly higher than the interest rates. So in generally what I found is it probably doesn't make sense to do that unless we were going to be rebuilding a road every year, at which point we should just be budgeting the $2 million. Like if we want to just tackle this in 10 years, then I would say like, yeah, we probably want to just budget $2 million every year, but I don't think that's necessarily feasible.
Thank you.
Did you see this, Thomas, escalating each year in the future for 10 years? We would bond $2 million
just keep bonding and setting goes up, so you're gonna increase your cost per year to the town tax rate. But you'll at least send it out 10 years. And just keep doing it. It's like a stair effect.
You mean keep bonding it?
I mean, heck, we could just have $20 million of this and not expect that a lot of those roads are really going to go bad. And it's gonna eat up into your shim and paving, so now you don't have that to do that to protect the roads you've already fixed.
Yeah.
So it almost appears to me that you're gonna have to face the issue of, instead of borrowing, $22 million, which we can't get done anyway.
Right.
Is just keep pyramiding these $2 or $3 million bonds until we get through 10 years and start making an attack on this list of roads.
Yeah, and I would say that the most critical factor in that is making sure the maintenance budget is sufficient enough to make sure that whatever we are rebuilding doesn't then decline too quickly. If we rebuild a road, that road should then, with a proper maintenance budget, should be lasting 30 to 50 years. So then that would stretch out the duration between those road bonds pretty significantly. But if we do have a relatively large backlog, yeah, I agree with you. It does kind of pyramid pretty quickly. So we haven't had extremely long discussions in the select board about how to completely tackle the backlog. And I think that's still an open discussion.
Yeah, it might be helpful to project out if what would it look like for the operating budget going forward if you had a $2 million road bond every year for the next 2 years, or if you did it every other year for the next 20 years, right? Just so I think if this goes forward and well, this is going to go forward and be presented in some manner, it'd be helpful to put this $2 million bond in the context of really what the community needs to be thinking about, so that people can vote on it with that bigger context of what might this look like over 10 years if we wanted to do it in 10 years, what might it look like in over 20 or some set of scenarios.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. That's fair.
Okay, well, in my.
Because it's hard, sorry, just to finish the really quickly, Ken, I just think it's we want, as a budget committee, and I think we want the community to make decisions and cast votes, not in sort of one-off ad hoc ways. We're really thinking about what is the totality of investment we need. If people want roads to be, at a certain standard, which is an if.
Yeah.
What I was going to say, Mark, was that in my initial presentation to this committee, when we were talking about a $2 million bond and what the potential ramifications would be on the tax rate, if we assume 10 years and a 5% interest rate, the year one payment would result in about a 38-cent increase to the tax rate.
Right. And so what I'm talking about is if you add $2 million bond every year for 10 years, what does that start to stack up to in year 5 and 6? So
Yeah, so it might be 38.
yeah. Or it might be 38 plus 70, and then the next year 76. And
Yeah.
So just so people can see the full picture of what we might be contemplating.
Yeah.
Steve.
I think that a couple of things we're looking at, when we talked about the numbers a month or so ago, the actual cost now to rebuild the roads is double what it was a couple of years ago.
Mhm.
And even if we come into a recession, we're not going to get a big break on that because the other towns are trying to hire the same contractors because they have the same issues rebuilding their roads. At least my understanding of our straw vote, we didn't have a concern about the $2 million bond. We just wanted to make sure it was being prioritized on the correct roads. Looking at this list, I don't see a priority. I understand why we're looking at Briar Hill Road. A lot of these roads are small residential streets that don't go anywhere. And then you have roads like Briar Hill Road, that's a feeder road, College Hill Road, a feeder road. So somewhere is there a list of like the priority of the road rebuilding?
So I'm not entirely sure if it's been exactly prioritized. I'm sure it changes a little bit year to year. I know that Briar Hill is right now currently close to the top of that list. For the warrant article, it's specifically worded towards going towards road maintenance, not towards a specific road.
Okay.
But I don't think there's a specific breakdown.
And sometimes it's hard depending on how the funds come in. There was certainly.
Sure.
Certainly. Based on the fact that either road, as well as its condition.
Do you talk about the select board? This is really particular of Briar Hill, so whether it's a good idea for that to be a feeder road?
It has to be.
Well, I mean, why?
There's
I
no,
drive it all the time, I'm sure.
There's-
It hasn't, that specific issue hasn't, like Briar Hill as a feeder road hasn't specifically come up. There has been 2 cases in the last year, maybe slightly longer than that, about other traffic issues on other feeder roads and how to address some of those traffic issues. And it's become pretty clear that there's not a lot of options for us to do things to change that type of thing. It makes, like, especially on Sugar Hill Road, for example, traffic there. And there's not, we don't have a lot of options to kind of change that. So. Yeah.
I'm just curious, you had said, I think, we spend an average of like 8,000 per mile per year. And the recommended is like 50 to 80,000 per mile per year. Is in addition to the bond, are you also contemplating increasing that budget for the shimming and paving and for the gravel? Or are
No,
those
so-
totally separate parts of?
No, so that 80,000 includes the cost of like rebuilding, of taking of that entire maintenance plan, plus you're rebuilding every 30 to 50 years, that entire cost per year, per mile.
Right, I'm asking the question just because, Don, even if we do the 2 million in steps, it still is far under.
Yeah, and those numbers can vary very widely depending on a lot of different factors. But we are significantly under that. But everything that I found is for the maintenance plan, which is the most critical aspect of it. With the new budget this year, we're starting to get to where it properly should be if we are still rebuilding the roads as they should be rebuilt. If we're not rebuilding the roads as they should be rebuilt, then those become extra maintenance items on top of what would normally be our normal maintenance item as well. So then we start to fall behind. But yeah, I hope that helps answer. So if you take that $2 million, like if we were doing $2 million every 2 to 5 years, divide that through all the roads, we'd start to get closer to that $50,000 number.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or comments?
I guess I have one question. At the select board meeting, you had brought up a question, or someone did, about whether or not we could be liable for an accident on a road that was that was not properly maintained. Did we get an answer to that question?
What my understanding, I think I was the one that, or maybe Sabrina had raised the question about safety and, yeah, I mean, the town would certainly potentially be liable if it was an unsafe road. You know, I had suggested, well, could we have a much lower speed limit? And would that reduce our liability? And we'd still have a potential liability.
And sorry, so if you were to include the cost of the road rebuilding, like the bond into the cost per mile, at the current rates, it gets you somewhere between an extra $20,000 to $40,000 per mile per year. So we were doing a $2 million bond for, well, depending on the maintenance, if we were doing it, depending on the breakdown at the proper scheduled maintenance time. So for a road, doing it every 30 years for that length of road, rebuilding it, they would add an additional 20-ish to 40-ish thousand dollars.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. And thanks to the select board for revisiting this. I listened to the select board meeting the night and found it really informative and helpful.
So, like I said, we certainly listened to your concerns, which were concerns that I think the select board had all along. But, you know, and hopefully we've responded in such a fashion that the next straw vote is 10-0 for everything.
One can always wish.
Yeah.
Ken, anything else?
No, I don't know if you wanted to have the public.
Yeah, we're gonna open up for public comment, so
You want to stay up here for that?
Do you want us to stay here or just,
I think probably have you go back here, Ken.
Okay.
So that,
If you have any,
yeah. I might-
call you up.
yeah, if you email me,
That way people can come up to the mic.
Okay.
So I'm gonna start with people in the room and we're gonna open up a public comment session. We'll start with people in the room and then if you are on Zoom or the phone. Well, if you're on Zoom, use the raise hand function if you want to speak and Neil will keep track of that. And let us know at the right time. So if you want to comment on anything that Ken has shared or anything overall about the town budget, please come to the mic, state your name and your address and try to keep it to 3 minutes.
Arnold Coda, 400 Jewel Hill Road. On the matter of retirement, the state has, as I understand it, the state has not contributed anything now for several years. And as reported in the Monitor a few days ago, there's a back and forth now as to whether or not the state should make permanent a 7.5% contribution. What would be the impact? Well, two questions, I guess. What is the impact right now of no contributions from the state? And if the state does revert to making 7.5% permanent, what would that result in on the budget?
Good questions. And I'm probably going to defer to Neil on most of it, but the state did make a catch-up payment or whatever you want to call it in the last fiscal year. I think ours was 38,000.
A little more than that.
Remember that the state retirement plan, as far as the town is concerned, is, I believe, only for police and fire. Whereas most of the impact would be on the schools for teachers. But where originally the state was supposed to be covering 30%, over the years that they've been covering 30%, would probably be $500,000 to $1 million to the good on that. But I don't have hard numbers.
So in the current budget, not the one being proposed, but in the current town budget, what is the amount budgeted for retirement?
Remember, we're on a calendar year, so.
Yes, I understand that.
Excuse me.
You want to take a minute and then do you want to continue, Mr. Cotto? Well, are you going to work on that or is
I
Ken, are
can
you trying
get
to?
that at a different time.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
we'll supply. that
sounds
to
like
you.
that's going to have to be pulled out of a bigger number.
Okay, then another question. What's the base upon which any state contribution percentage would be applied? How does the state calculate 7.5% of what?
Gross salary?
Basically, yes, but there's a lot more that goes into it than just certain things like police details. If you were hired after a certain point, are no longer hired. So whatever the total gross retirement wage is.
Okay, Mark, I think that would be useful information for us all to have. So but for the select board to calculate that and present it, that I think would be very useful.
And just to restate it, make sure I got it, is the total amount that is that would be in the budget for our retirement contribution. And what would 7.5% of that be if we started getting 7.5%?
Right.
by the state?
For those that were eligible. So,
For those,
And that's only police and fire. Yes,
but all of our employees are in retirement. When,
I don't follow.
my understanding is when the state wanted cities and towns to come into the state retirement system, it was for teachers, police and fire.
Oh, that's my understanding too.
And, since then, other town employees have gone into the retirement system, but there was no expectation, I don't think, that the 30% would apply to them also. It's just the original.
The original.
police and fire.
Okay, yep,
So
Okay.
it becomes, more limited as far as the town is concerned.
thank you.
Yep. Okay, does anyone on Zoom have any comments or questions? If so, use the raise hand function, bottom of your screen. Oh, okay, please.
Dan Reserve, 83 Brookwood Lane, Kentucky. Question about George Park and the CIP plan. Where are we with that and the bathhouses and the dugouts for the softball? Are we pushing this off? Is that in this budget? Is it next year? Just trying to get some kind of a timeline when we're going to address George Park.
Bathhouses were originally scheduled for 2023 and they've been moved back.
Yeah, we adopted what the CIP committee recommended to us.
Are you able to see the dates, Ken, for when those various improvements to George's Park are planned?
Bathrooms 2025. And the baseball field the same year. Flood field 26.
So the
Well, in Pump House 27 and Clark Field 27.
So the bathrooms have been pushed off for 2 more years.
To 2025.
Okay, I can't stress enough. I've been on a lot of committees for a lot of years that have looked at George Park. Don, you run a couple of those early on, and there were plans to address this. Athletics is my life. Somebody said recently a great analogy that athletics is kind of like the front porch of your house. It's not the most important thing, but it's the one that everybody sees. And when they go to George Park and they see those bathhouses and what it looks like, it is really a shame. This was something that was in the budget several times. It's now supposed to be this year that was going to be addressed, and now it's pushed off for 2 more years. I understand times are tight. I understand there's always something that we need more, but I really think this has to be a priority in the next couple of years. This cannot keep getting pushed off. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
What's the amount of the money that is allocated towards that?
Your question was, what's the amount of money that was allocated towards that, towards the bath?
I think it's 150,000.
150,000.
I've got 120,000 in 2025.
Okay. I'm having trouble reading my spreadsheet.
See this?
Yeah. Oh, oh.
Should tear them down and bond it.
Yeah, okay. It's being corrected, 120.
Any other comments? Okay. Thank you, Ken. Look, please.
I had a question. I guess it goes back to since George Park came up. Lauren Clement, 86 Maple Street. I've been following the CIP for the school board, and at George Park, there was a proposal to replace the whole fence out front as well, and I thought that was going to commence this fall. I'm not sure if it got bumped out as a whole or what happened, but I'm not seeing it on the school board CIP, and my understanding is that cost was supposed to be cut. So I was just curious where, I guess, the town side allocates that funding. It may very well be sitting in a balance.
It's scheduled to be done first of the spring. It was scheduled for the fall. And it got pushed back.
So it's in the budget and already
Yeah, it'll be done in the spring. It's fun.
gotcha.
17,000.
17,000.
Chain link fence, 17,000.
Okay. That was.
Thank you. Any other comments on the town budget? Ken, you good?
I don't have any questions for myself. My wife does.
Great, thank you. Okay, Norm, take it away.
Suzanne, would it be okay to go over our quick financial update from Michelle? Before we start the budget real quick, or would you want to?
If that feels important to you.
I think it's important just to be on the same page. Michelle, first, great to be back. Could you please go over the December financials real quick, please?
Sure. So I believe you guys received the December financials as well as the second quarter reports that gives the line by line. I'll just focus on the December financials. So just to remind everybody where we are with what we're proposing for fund balance as of June 30 of 23 that is going into effect for this 2023-24 budget. We're looking at $265,000 as the amount, because 115 is what we received from New Hampshire Retirement, and then 150,000 is what the board obligated a fund balance. Based on the December financial, we're at just under $233,000. So we're under what we had promised in the budget process. But as you remember before we've done this, if it gets to the point later on in the year where we're not where we need to be, we have had to freeze things. I'm not saying we will at this point, but just to remind people that that is something that we do monitor, because we take it very seriously to at least commit what it is that the board promised during the budget process.
Any questions for Michelle or Norm on that update? Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle.
You're welcome.
Just a real quick update on our district website. Our new CIP is uploaded. I strongly encourage the budget committee to please look at it, review it. It's a 10-year plan. The district would like to be on the agenda at some point for our Jim Rozicki to come by and present it to the budget committee. It is a detailed plan for the next 10 years. It's clear. It's a beautiful document. It shares the necessities of what is to come in the next 10 years. It shows where the bond payments, it shows our future bond payments for the next couple of years. It shows where the remaining balance from the bond project was allocated to. It's a clear document that I'm excited that we'll be able to maintain as a working document for the community that they've been asked for years. So when you seem it's appropriate, put them as an agenda item. We'll invite Mr. Rozicki to come here and present it to the budget committee so you guys can see the new format, which is very similar to the town.
I think likely April.
Okay, sure.
April, May, our first meeting that we do after the this year's
Great
meetings.
Past the annual meetings.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Awesome. Last time I was here, we had a great, a lengthy discussion in regards to the school board budget. And, you know, as a board member, it's always been my opportunity to come to the board, go back to the board with your thoughts, your questions, and answer them. You know, it's to take that curtain down that I've heard for years before I joined the board, saying that We're not answering your questions. We're not giving you guys a new budget format, and we are. And we listen to what you guys have to say. We bring it back, we unpack it, and we deliberate it in public as a board. The last time I was here, there was not an overwhelming consent on our school budget or the maintenance trust, which was 2 warrants. And so I was not the only board member to feel that we had to come back here in order to present a new number to the budget committee to show what the district would look like if we were to have a reduction. And that number settled around $250,000. I have a quick presentation that I'm going to show you and where it came from. If Mr. Katz could put that up for me, that'd be great.
Thank you.
So it's a real quick slide. As you can see here, I can use my computer to narrate it. That's fine. When you look at the changes to the budget, currently we were funding the 4th grade teacher, half of it through ESSER. With the reduction from that, that'd be 44,000 that would come out and eliminate potentially the 4th grade teacher.
Hey, Norm, let's wait till it gets up so people can see all along with you. Thanks.
Thank you. So as I was saying, half of the 4th grade position was through ESSER, and that was our original budget. Our superintendent of schools and administration looked at our budget and came up with this recommendation where we would eliminate 44,000 for 4th grade position at Maple Street. The reading specialist over at Harold Martin was going to be a math specialist that was funded through ESSER, and that would not be filled with 106,000 from Harold Martin. The next line item is a change in the psychiatrist. That would be 0.4 that come out of ESSER. And then there was a $75,000 reduction from the maintenance trust. A total impact of 250,000. During our discussions with you, each one of you, or not all of you, but some of you discussed, looked at areas of maintenance trust. Some of you guys said, look at areas of salary. And as a board and as direction to the superintendent of the schools, this is what was presented to the board, where the board 4-1 in support of this change. The proposed budget decreased to $24,715,000. As we all know, when there's a reduction, there's a drop in the tax rate impact. And on the next slide, you can see where we are at this current time with the balance of all our trusts and our unreserved fund balance in Article 10. You can see as of right now, the fund balance is $264,000. That's also including the one-time retirement from the state of $100,000. And the board's allocating about $150,000 from the unreserved fund balance to reduce the tax rate. The Article 10 balance is $785,000 right there. So the new total for the operating budget is $24 million. We're taking $264,000 to reduce and $400,000 from Article 10 to help reduce the tax rate. And then with a local tax rate impact of 161. As we move through to currently what's accessible as assets, we can see right now that the maintenance trust right now is at $450,000. If the town approves the new warrant amount of $200,000, our trust, our new balance would be $650,000 with a tax rate impact of 26. More moving pieces in this trust is nothing's coming out of special ed trusts. 75,000 is coming out of the benefit trust, which will help reduce a little bit of the tax rate. And this all in is at 187. When you go to balance below this, you can see that the fund balance total after what we estimated using to help reduce the impact in our budget would be at 0. And then the Article 10 money would be at 385,000. As we know, as a community, that article is maxed out right now. So the board has the opportunity to take 400,000 and help reduce the tax rate. you know, and bring. We're here as a district with the superintendent, our chair from the finance committee and the leadership to answer your questions. Yes, these do have an impact on our students. Yes, this is something that we heard loud and clear from the budget committee that we needed to relook and really address what it would look like in our district with having these specific reductions. As you know, it's your number that goes to the district meeting. Your oversight, you understand where it goes. The working relationship between the board and the budget committee to settle on a number that is meets the needs of our students and also the taxpayers. So I am going to end it there and say I'm happy to answer any questions. I have the support of the district with me and the superintendent of schools.
Thank you, Norm. Can you go back to your first slide? The first slide, Neil. Great. Just for the benefit of those who may not know, can you remind folks what ESSER stands for? And
I'm going to have Michelle do her legal spiel on it. Michelle, do you mind unpacking it exactly so people understand?
I think so it's an acronym for the funds that we received during the COVID process. So for instance, you know, first we got a grant, it was called ESSER 1. Well, actually before that, even we got state money related to COVID. Then we got ESSER 1. So it's elementary, secondary school recovery, I believe. Funds is how it's worded or something to that effect. So this is the continuation of the third round of it. Because we are right now in the ESSER 3 grant.
which is the final one.
Yes, and we have till September 30th of 24 to spend all of the funds.
So we were taking these positions originally, adding it to our budget in order to continue to have 4 sections of fourth grade. And also to continue to meet the needs of our students, but switching the reading specialist over to a math specialist, which was used with the ESSER funds.
And just one more quick framing question. This new proposed budget has been voted on by the school board?
Yes, it was 4-1.
4-1.
Correct.
Right.
Can you just please say again what positions those were that are being used?
I'm going to invite the superintendent of schools up here to make sure that we're clear on exactly what the positions are, so we are all on the same page. Thank you. You can take, you know, all right, good.
Hey, guys. So these positions, specifically where they sit right now, the Maple Street school position is currently a 4th grade position. And then the Harold Martin position currently is a reading specialist. Through the budgeting process, we were going to transition from a reading specialist to a math interventionist. So if we're going to frame it on what's being removed, it would essentially be a math, not a reading, because the reading was going to transition to math anyhow. And then the school psych, we were going to adopt that in general fund this year, but now with the reduction, we're going to now use the ESSER to fund the psychologist for another full year. And then the maintenance trust is that. Sorry, I went a little bit too far back.
No, you're good. Thank you.
Quick question. So the number for the specialist is larger compared to the teacher than I would have imagined. It just.
I believe it's funded in 2 different places. So one was funded half of the salary was through ESSER, and the other was throughout our budgeting process. Is that correct?
Yeah. Okay. Yep. So my understanding, if we had accepted the last proposed budget, that would have left us with 3 reading specialists and now 2 math specialists.
So currently we have 3 reading and 1 math.
Okay.
We're going to transition to 2 and 2.
Okay, 2 and 2.
So
And
this will now leave 2 reading and 1 math.
2 and 1. And
This was pre-pandemic.
the reason we're trying to do this is because we feel that the kids that were basically didn't go to school for a year and a half are behind the curve on where they need to be.
That was the initial, targeted support for the kids returning to school. And I'll say, once you have an interventionist, it allows you to do more. It's kind of been my spiel since we started. When you have part-time workers, you get part-time work. Once we moved them to full-time, they were able to service more kids because they were there for longer.
Okay, and so we're seeing more kids that have difficulty with both reading and with math, obviously, if this is the situation.
I'd say the challenges have always been there.
Yep.
The missed time from learning and in and outs in the hybrids.
Right.
Kind of had some more challenges. And so when I say there was always challenges before, I just don't want that to get washed from, but yes, there's been more of a greater need.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is why we're getting the money, obviously.
Yep, that's exactly right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And that's why and I'll speak a little bit more to the Maple Street position really quick. Prior to me arriving, one of the reasons why that position was supported was to lower the class size because kids were returning and there was all of that stuff that was going on. So that was the model behind that, because that position pre-pandemic wasn't there either. It was one of those, I believe the district had talked about it pretty much every year, I think.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We went into this budget process trying to maintain level staff. Make that very clear. The superintendent has said that the district was staffed. Now we're going with this reduction. This will be a different situation.
John?
Is there any correlation between if you have someone who is falling behind and you have a math interventionist or a reading specialist to help them, does that reduce your future likelihoods of having IEPs or 529s, like that? Then the school would be obviously mandated and should give them additional help later. And I guess I'm thinking, since we're the budget committee, from a cost perspective.
Yep.
I'm kind of thinking back to the roads, like if we don't maintain the roads and they wash out, it costs a lot more. So I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit to whether or not this is sort of penny wise and pound foolish. I don't mean to be flipping that question, but I'm sort of asking about the thought process behind it.
Yeah, so I'll say the thought process behind what was presented to my board. The reason why these positions were essentially here is because those positions were one-year positions that we offered because that's how they were contractually offered. So those contracts were coming to an end at the end of this year, irregardless, unless we adopted them. So when we were talking as a board and you talk about internal operations, we talked about retention and all that. This was one where the position was offered knowing full well that it wasn't guaranteed for the following year. So that was why those positions were targeted, or what we came to the conclusion would be the easiest to part ways with in regards to the contracts.
They're going to end either way.
They were going to end either way, correct. So if we were going to get into the next level of, let's say another classroom teacher, that would begin the RIF process, reduction in force. So then that kicks in the contract and how you start to reduce it, because they are perhaps on a continuing contract, perhaps not. So I just want to be very clear that that's why those positions are where they were. So in regards to your question, for every person that says the interventions will help, there are people that will say the interventions are only going to be a Band-Aid. So to give you a direct answer, the more support and more intervention you can have, I'm sure would show that later on 504s and IEPs may not. There are some disabilities and learnings that we're going to need it irregardless. The intervention only helps continue to help them maintain the pace. The interventions also help kids that aren't on it, that are already on it. I know we could pull Patrice off if we want, but the rationale would say, yes, it's going to help, but it also isn't the sole factor. Does that help?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious to hear you speak to it. Obviously, I'm sure if there was hard data to tell you for 100% certain that it would be.
Because there are kids.
Easy choice.
Yeah, because for every kid that the intervention helps, there's another kid that the intervention, we weren't providing intervention at the time because they didn't need it. And then something else pops along. So then they become an intervention. So it's not as strict. If they get it, they'll be off. It could be a continuum.
Debbie.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I guess my question is along the lines, but more on the educational side maybe, and can you understand?
Yeah, I got you.
I guess, as I was looking at what you had there and giving some thought to things, a couple questions they tie in. Are we being short-sighted, say for long-term effects on the students? And with that said, it seems that we have, if this is still accurate, 21% of our school district students basically identified for special ed. So what would not having that interventionist do to that aspect? Because once they're in the special ed, we are mandated. Does the interventionist cross over and work with special ed, or is this just regular ed? So I hope I'm getting my question.
Yep.
What would not having that interventionist do
Sure.
to that overall 21%? Where would it put these students? And also not having that position, how would the school, if there's any plans yet, meet the needs for those that aren't going to have that any longer?
Sure.
In particular, those third graders coming up.
Yeah, I'm gonna invite Mandy and Patrice up, because I think we're at 18% identified now. Is that number low? Yeah, we're at 18, 19, so that number has reduced.
Thank you.
Can you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Mandy Hibbert, Director of Student Services.
Do you mind if I go back up there?
Okay.
Can you introduce yourself as well?
Patrice Brown, Principal at Harold Martin.
Mandy, can you speak first to, I'm gonna target your questions if you're.
All right, sure.
So,
Thank
what are interventionists, how they tie over on both special ed and regular?
It's my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
You know, I like this conversation. So all things are related, right? And we want to look at like tiered systems of support. So everything we want to happen at the universal level, which is tier one. So really, like, let's use the data. What does instruction look like? Okay, we've done all those really good things and those are strong. There's still some kids who need some other things, and that's where the tier two intervention would come in. And that could be a lot of different things. It doesn't need to be like the math specialist is the only one who could do math intervention, right? There it could be all kinds of interwoven. When we make decisions on the data points, when we're talking about intervention specifically, we really look at cut points. We look at kids' data to say, where are they percentile wise? It's not the only point of data that we use, but it is part of it. We really say, oh, these kids between like below 15%, we know they're absolutely coming into our fold, so we can give them what they need to catch back up. Kiddos between like 15, 25, those are usually like low average. We want to take those kiddos in too. But if we don't have the people, we have to prioritize, which means somebody who might be at that 23rd, 24th percentile needs something, needs a good kick, can't get it because there's no room in the schedule to provide it. Which means now does the gap widen? Maybe it doesn't, maybe there's other things we could do. But I think between Patrice, especially at Harold Martin and the rest of the wraparound team, we're really working hard to look at our wraparound process, how we take kids into the fold, how we all work together. So I'm at the table of somebody saying, oh, what do I try in my classroom? So we're changing that model. We're really working hard to make sure that we're hitting it from all kinds of angles, making sure all the people are at the table to talk about it. But a loss of a person means loss of time for kids. There's no going around that. And can that eventually impact and become a special education related thing? Absolutely. But so could the kid that's in intervention. So I think it's important to talk about it that way, but it definitely is related. If we lose people to provide support, somebody's not getting support, which means down the line, they become part of the special education process.
I think for me, we've worked really hard on our wraparound process. Our classroom teachers are our first line of defense when we're doing our learning, right? We're doing all of our teaching. Our second is our interventionists. Restricting the number of people we have to hit that second level really, like Mandy says, widens that gap where we have our classroom teachers trying to go above and beyond. And then we have our special ed coming in, try to pick up the kids that they know need that extra help, but aren't quite at special ed yet. And how does that strain our system? Earlier, I heard a question about the kids coming in post-COVID and where we're at.
I think one of the largest conversations that I've had with elementary school principals across the state is that students are coming in different than they were 5 years ago, different than they were 10 years ago. We need to stop comparing them and saying they're behind, because they're not behind, they're different. They've lived a whole different experience than what we've had, and we need to adjust for that. But that does mean that we need to be working more on social skills with them, on those math skills, on those basic skills, especially at the lower level, because it has been a whole different experience. Our kindergarteners now were 2 when COVID happened, right? They spent 2 or 3 years at home with their parents, not socializing. They didn't get a lot of those skills, and a lot of the families didn't know what skills to be practicing with them. So some of those basic pieces, they're not coming in with. So we're starting at a different spot than.
Did you have a question?
I did. I'll probably have more later. This feels the first 2 positions, and I know ESSER is money that needs to be spent, so I appreciate that we spend it. But I'm wondering, this feels like kind of low-hanging fruit in terms of a cut that could be made because of the contracts and the timing. But I'm wondering, just because I have Ms. Brown here, if someone asked you to cut $106,000 out of your budget, is that how you would do it?
I don't know where else I would cut it from. I don't have $106,000 of like grant money. If I had grant money, I would totally cut the grants. But
Through the budgeting process, when we started in October, the board has repeatedly asked questions like that. We have said, I said it last 2 weeks ago, we're not a district of stuff. We don't have stuff. We don't have excessive supplies. We don't have systems. We didn't have Parentsquare until so we don't have stuff. And I had said to the board, once we start getting into this, it's humans now. That's where we are in our budget. So it's what Patricia said, there's not 106 in our budget to cut. We don't have it. I feel like a broken record, but it's not there. Like that we can't. I could go on a rant on what we need and stuff, if that's where we were. But it's space but that's when.
I just want to keep my.
Yeah, that's the big piece. So I hope that helps, because we don't have. We just don't have it. We are at a point where once you start, and our board had a really good conversation about it on class size and where we're going and how we continue to reduce the surplus and properly budget. It's going to be humans. That's going to be the discussion on what our structures and organization within the organization. That's what we kind of did with the middle high school, restructuring and reorganizing to make sure that we have the people doing the jobs. Sorry.
In terms of philosophy, no, cutting intervention is not where you want to go. All the research and best practices, you put your money in intervention at your early grades so that you don't need it later on. But when it comes to being attached to people and not having CRAN money to cut, then you have to go with the contracts.
Have we had 4 teachers at the 4th grade level before?
So
First.
Going back to 2015 and 16, through some work today, it seemed as though 15, 16, 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, those 4 years. If you're looking at the assignments for the class, it's always fluctuated per graduating class size. So it seems like previous administration would bounce around the teachers on where necessary. Then once 1920 hit, from there, it'd been a standard 4 since those past 3 years. 3 years. So the reduction at Maple Street, they've lived that before. They have. They've lived it at Harold Martin as well. Krista.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for all the work you did. It's clear that a lot of the feedback is taken and worked on, so I appreciate that, and you keep going. So this is kind of related to Vicky's question, but let's say we went forward and we did fund those 2 positions this year, but next year the state just magically gave us more money or something magical happened. Would those be the first positions that you would those be the phone calls that you effectively make first to call people back in?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think I'm going to answer it 2 ways.
One is, I think this budgeting cycle, more specifically the last month from when we've got to where people were saying, all right, what's next? Like, what's next? It's forcing us as an organization to look at the next couple of years. And I will stand by level staffing. I think it's the appropriate thing to live through the bubbles with level staffing. It's better for our teachers to plan. We can go through that litany. I think that if we continue the hiring practices that we've been echoing since we've been here, and we went through that whole 10-year plan, like if hiring out, hiring in, I think there'll be an opportunity with the board to make decisions on if there's money after we hire in the next cycle, can we put a position back? So that would be an avenue. We want to continue to lower our salary, but if we want to reinvest. But more specifically is, I shared with my board last week after we left, I actually went and looked up the policy to see what our class sizes were, and we don't have a policy. Now you go to 90% of the districts, I would say, have a policy on what they believe large, small, large, whatever. So it's going to drive our board. I already know that they're going to start working on that. And I think that'll help determine some of these conversations on when is the trigger that we have to hire, or when is the trigger when we don't. That will allow so that it's not, and I say it all the time, it shouldn't be whether I'm sitting here or not. It should be the community and the policy and the board coming up with what that number is for Hopkinton. So it's going to drive a lot of that conversation. And then to the essential question, would that be the first calls? I would say, yeah, that seems like the greatest need as we move forward. Yeah.
I have one more question mark, something. Okay, so then this is more of a clarifying question. The psychologist reduction.
It's not a reduction.
It's a change.
Yes.
So it's the position would still continue for this year. We're just funding it through ESSER. So then next year, would we have the same conversation? Or
I'd come back and ask to adopt it as full.
Okay.
So this year, we were initially going to put the 26.5 into general.
Right.
And then when we moved the money around, we went back to ESSER. So that will be funded. Michelle, 40%. I just want to make sure I got that right.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's right there. So that'll be 40 again. So I can, Rich, you asked me a couple of weeks ago, staffing's always discussion. I said to you, I would not come back. I felt like we were getting to level. That kind of changes my tune a little bit. Next year, I would come back and ask to move school psych to full time. Like that changes some of the planning, because we were getting to that level number. And now there might be those discussions again, depending on what the outcomes.
Thank you.
Two quick questions. I think when we were talking about enrollment numbers, you have a bubble in your next year's third grade class.
Yeah, I got it.
So in a year from now, we would be talking again about hiring a fourth grade teacher.
So
my understanding.
that's a great question. I'm just going to pull it up so I have the real numbers on top. You guys.
Waiting to be.
Thank you for your.
Until we pull you back up. So Ms. Gagnon put a report together for me in regards to class sizes. You can bear with me. I gotta look it up. It won't be in your packets. All right. So when you talk about the bubble, right, next year for the 23-24 school year, 64 first graders, 53 second graders, 68 third graders, 62 fourth graders, 67 fifth graders, and 71 sixth graders. So in Maple Street, the fourth grade would be the smallest class in that building.
Okay.
All right. Norm asked a great question at the board meeting. What if 9 move in? Now I made fun of them because no 9 don't move into a single grade. But if there was an adjustment, Carrie and Patrice have already have when you talk about planning, there might be shifting at that point depending on graduation size versus class size.
So that's something that the principals would target to make sure that it's not completely out of skew. So if that class size grew to 71, we would clearly have to identify a different. And that might be a shifting of teacher.
Steve, are you still?
Well, the second part of the question, I want to circle back to actually what Jonathan said, because as the budget committee, we're not charged just with looking at this year, but what the long-term impact is. So, I mean, you let them go too soon. You are the one with the early childhood and with the educational degrees. I know you can't put a number on it, but is it reasonable to say that if we don't do these interventions now with these younger students, that it may cost us more money later? Is that a reasonable assumption, or is that not a reasonable?
I think if you asked all three of us, we're all going to have a different opinion.
Okay.
So I'd say there's correlations, but I still, as Patrice said, interventions, it's the first defense, right? To that further. I have a hard time saying that it's a direct result.
Okay.
It will make us do our work different. So it'll make our tiered intervention. So I know we're speaking educational stuff to you guys, but the first level of defense might have to change on how we attack what Mandy said, that 23, 24 percentile, if that becomes what it is. Doesn't eliminate the work, it changes the work. It changes where the responsibility or first layer falls.
Thank you.
So just a couple of things. So when we talk about, so you talk about from 4 sections down to 3 sections of 4th grade. So what does that mean in terms of numbers of kids in the class?
So next year's projected class is 62 graduating kids.
Yeah. 68 coming in?
Nope. 60,
Oh, sorry.
No, so I'm already a year ahead.
Oh,
So
sorry.
next year will be 62.
Okay.
So if we continue with 4 teachers, it's 15 to 16. If we transition to 3, it would be 20 to 21.
So so first of all, I guess I'm thinking about the fact that when we talked about the budget that was sent to us 2 weeks ago, these positions were there.
They were.
And so presumably they were there because
that was the recommendation.
The board thought that would be best to have those positions. Sure. And even if ESSER funds ran out, then we'd be looking at another budget and maybe those.
That's why we tried to adopt them as halves, right? So this year was going to be half, and then the next year.
And then maybe they'd be funded another way. So it's not like they were just gonna go necessarily, right? Like they might have been there next year.
I would have come back next year to say, let's adopt, because the ESSER money will be running out. We need to adopt them fully. So the next year will be kind of like we did with food service. Last year we came half, this year we're coming half. So with these, it was going to be half and half.
I guess the point I'm driving at is so it's an issue of what pots of money it might come to fund the positions, but the positions wouldn't necessarily be going away next year.
So I think I'm following you, but
we would have a math interventionist.
Yeah, the goal was to have it as a full-time.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so this is just more of a, and I understand, we took our vote and then you went back and you said, okay, we need to change the number. So this is the best way to change it. And you can't do that by ordering less pencils.
Correct.
So I get that. And this is more just a comment as a member of this committee. What is really, really hard, what I'm struggling with is I feel like the people that are going to be most negatively impacted by an increase in class size and by taking away a math interventionist are the kids for which learning is harder than other kids. These are kids that need a little bit more help to get up to grade level. So that's on the one side. I think they're going to be negatively impacted the most. And of course, they're not in this room. And on the other hand, if we're spending more money and increasing taxes, that's going to have the biggest impact on folks that are on a fixed budget. And so this isn't so much of a question. This is just the thing that I'm really thinking about here that is really a difficult position, I think. It feels like we're diverting the train from the one person to the other. As a member of this committee, I'm just really struggling with this, I have to say.
If I can help you with your thought. If we can take, let's try and take. I'm gonna try and take the positions off of what you're evaluating. And so, again, the reason why this is here is because of the way it was funded. All right. So let's just say I came to my board 2 weeks ago and said, all right, we're gonna cut, in order to meet that demand, we're gonna remove 2 classroom teachers. All right, so now it's gonna be, let's say not 4th grade, let's say it's just Harold Martin. So now we're gonna remove a 2nd grade teacher and a 3rd grade teacher. I think we'd be having the same essential conversations on how's it gonna impact those kids and how's it gonna do that. So I understand the feeling. This is my world. This is what I live in. I want to tie it to another point if we could, and that's the reduction of the CIP, which has been a discussion. I've only been here a year and a half in this role. I've lived through the end of the building project. I've lived through a new CIP plan that we put together. I had a real hard time wrestling with reducing that CIP number significantly. So if you look at that, I tried to equal out some from general and some from the Warren article. Where if you want to say the lower hanging fruit would have been, let's just not do the CIP and not do that because it doesn't impact kids. But our facilities need it. I mean, they need it. We can't, let's use the roads. Like we'll be staring at that if we don't start looking at that plan and start working on it. So I hope you understand how we got to this conclusion. It's always, I mean, it's challenging, but that it was kind of a little bit trying to take a little from here and a little from there to get through and then reevaluate where we stand as a community next year.
I think what's real difficult for me especially is that we're reducing a position and the other one, the interventionist. So you're getting rid of a position which is going to increase the class size, but then the person that would be there to assist those that may be in a bigger class size would fall a bit behind, would not have that intervention. Does the interventionist meet the needs of just the 3rd grade going into 4th grade? Or does this interventionist meet other grades?
All
also?
grades. All grades. And the other part of the positions, and I reiterated a little bit earlier, this is how it was pre-pandemic. So there was only 3 interventionists and there was only,
And we're going back to that.
and so I think Patrice did a really good job of saying our students are just arriving differently. So I think any positions I would have put up there, we're all sitting here wrestling with what we're dealing with how education's changed.
It just seems though, yeah, increasing, and then also.
And there's a reason why that's why they were supported with us, right? When you look at what you were evaluating, when you had this money come to you, we never had this, let's do that. We never had that, we should add that.
Can you speak to how much of the proposed, but how much ESSER money is coming in to the proposed budget this year? And how much would be left for 24?
So Michelle, I'm going to call on you.
Let me actually refine the question. How much money, ESSER money, is coming in to support personnel this year, and how much would be
current fiscal or the presenting?
In the budget you're presenting? And I'm asking the question because this money is going to go away in 2 years. And so as we think about what we're saying yes to this year, we have to know that whatever is in this budget, there's X dollars that's not going to be available from ESSER starting.
So with this adjustment, Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong, next year for the 23-24 proposed budget, the 26,540 up there, and then an additional $8,000 for our wellness teacher at Maple Street. So a total of 34, 35, yeah.
Right, and the thought was that because we cut facilities, so if someone looked at the ESSER 2 and 3 uses document that's up on our website, I did put in there a placeholder because we did cut $75,000. We did talk about potentially using ESSER money for HVAC items. And I just put in there an approximate, which the approximate would be the balance.
Yeah, so we earmarked what was left to be dedicated to what was cut from maintenance trust.
Thank you.
Yeah, just along the line of what Mark just asked, just for clarification, is SRE, SSR, and then SRE, SSER. Are those?
Oh, that's just a typo. That's a typo.
What you saw?
It's ESSER, yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So, Norm, I heard you say that at our last meeting, your takeaway, one of the takeaways was that the maintenance and the FTEs were a major concern that brought up. But I'm wondering, was there any discussion delving deeper back into line items versus looking at personnel? For example, the new projectors, or, you know, fixing the exterior of the SAU building.
It is all personnel.
So
Inflation, I mean, we have been hit with inflation, which is in every budget right now.
I know, I mean, after our meeting on the 11th.
Yeah.
When the school board met again.
Yeah.
And you took on the task of reducing the proposed budget. Beyond these positions and the maintenance trust, was there any discussion about more specific line item reductions?
I don't recall a discussion on line items. This was a recommendation from SAU, you know.
So we, through our October work session, we had eliminated new phone system. Our phones are failing in our district. So that's $27,500 that we cut from them. That we're gonna pull probably from maintenance trust, which is gonna reduce them. The projectors were kicked to the curb. Matt, forgive me, I think it was about 3 years ago.
Yeah, essentially during COVID, we replaced classroom projectors because we weren't taking classes.
So all of our systems are failing in our projectors. They are significantly behind on, again, when we talk about things, and I can tell you all the things we need to upgrade what's going on in our classroom. So at that point, it wasn't talked about, but we had trimmed any of the wants earlier in the process. The SAU came out of last year's surplus. That was last year's surplus, the SAU renovation.
There's a line item for exterior repairs at the SAU on the SAU budget for this year. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
Michelle, can you speak to that? Because that was completed with surplus last year.
I believe it has the word exterior in it, Michelle.
Let me just look at the document. It will probably take me a little bit to pull it up. So if we want to go on to the next question while I'm looking.
Okay. Can you, anything else, Vicky, or we'll wait for Michelle? Anything else from the budget committee? Rich?
I was just wondering what kind of a trend you could tell us on the FTEs. I was just looking back from my old paperwork, and we're currently on the 23-24 year projecting 196.45 FTEs, or an increase of 0.4. And I think you said that we're gonna add 0.4.
So it's also, Michelle's been prepared for that one too. I don't know if she can do two things at once.
I was just wondering, are we continuing to go up in FTEs as near as you can see?
So I felt good in the previous iteration as we were moving forward that we would be leveling.
Leveling at 196.
Yeah, leveling. In those numbers, Michelle can speak to, but remember, we reclassified people. So that number, I think you were right, though. I think you got it right. He said 0.4. So I think you got where someone had said before it was 6.5 when it wasn't. But when you talk about trending, with the team we have in place, we're getting to a good spot. And I keep using the word level. So I felt comfortable previously by saying I'm not going to come and ask for another interventionist. And we weren't going to come and ask for another teacher to fight those bubbles. So I felt like we were on that target of leveling off. Yeah.
Because the reason I asked this is because the two sessions ago that we met and you spoke with us, you had a list that kind of went by kind of quickly up on the screen of like 4 or 5 positions that you would like to have in the future. And
I could go back, but that was
so quick, I didn't have
that
to
was
write it
where
down.
we're making some of our service providers that were 0.8 full. So we were losing, I told you we were losing like 2 hours a day, and then you add up 10 hours a week, then you add up all year long. So we're shifting some of those numbers. I'd have to go back myself. But there isn't a significant large number. I guess that's like a full-timer. It would only be completing the service providers to eat.
The other thing I just wanted to mention quickly was that.
Rich, on the FTEs, can I just make a quick comment
Absolutely.
on that? So the 6.5 came from the school's budget proposal on page 6.
Yeah, so Michelle can speak to that because it has to do with the classifications.
Okay, because what it showed was 6.5 increase from 2020, 21, 22 to 22, 23. So that's where that came from. So it would be helpful to understand that.
Yep.
Okay, so first of all, so what we did for repair and maintenance accounts, when I looked at the document online, it's $4,500 in for the SAU exterior budget. That's got to do with 3-year averages is how we've always done the maintenance lines. So that's what that amount is. It's $4,500. As far as the FTEs go, so one thing to note is that with these changes, we actually would be down from last year, or this year, I should say, that we're currently in by 1.57 FTEs. Now, with the FTEs back in 22-23, we had some speech therapists that actually we were contracting with, as well as we had a psychologist that we were contracting with. So we had to reclass that from being out of a contract line and make it be a FTE. So if we go back to the 22-23 budget document that was done last year, it talks about that a little bit more. If people wanted to look at that further, you could see exactly what I'm talking about in those documents that are up on our website, that those areas were adjusted. Some of the others
So we're
have to do
actually down.
with ESSER funding as well as to why the FTEs went up.
So 196.45, we're down.
What are we, if
195?
these positions, if with this move, what's the new number, Michelle?
Sure, so if with this proposal, we'd be 194.45. Which right now we're 196.02.
And is it, and Michelle, in 2021, I'm just looking at what the school provided, it was 190.6.
That's right. Because back in 2021, 20, I'm sorry, I've got to change that. It says 21, but it should say 21, 22. But those again reflect the speech area and the psychologist area. Remember, we've always had one individual psychologist as an FTE, but it was that other position that was not always able to be funded from a person. We had to contract for that.
But when you go from 21 to 21, 22 at 189.66 to 22, 23, 196.02, that's 6.5. And I hear you talk about 2. I'm hearing you mention 2. I just want to understand, like, those 2. I hear you on the 2.
Yeah, so it's 2.6 related to what I just was talking about. And it also has to do with the ESSER funded positions as well as there was a slight change in FTE for food service because of what was needed, because of the additional things that were needed because of COVID and additional cleaning, and because of not using as many recyclable items, I mean, using more utensil-y kind of things. So those all were in there. I believe there might have been a small amount that had to do with students, meaning in the 1,200 area, there could have been a change that was minor in that as well, that was student driven.
Thanks so much.
Could I ask Michelle, what was our FTEs in 2018, 2019?
Yeah, I don't have that, but I can find that. So
Okay.
I'll pull it up and I'll be back with you guys.
Well, the reason I ask that is because in 2018, 2019, we had 1,008 students. And projected for next year, we have 928. So in 5 years, we've lost 80 students. And for an average of about 16 students per year, but yet our FTEs are going up. I just want to understand why our FTEs are going up. And are we going to be leveling off on our FTEs, or are we going to be keep climbing with our FTEs?
So FTEs, we just want to make sure we're classifying. It could be another custodian, it could be another food service person. It's not necessarily a direct classroom teacher. So I would have to look at what positions were added at that time. I don't know if it was classroom. I don't know if it was direct instruction or if it was another employee.
From our standpoint, whether, from a budgeting standpoint, it doesn't matter whether it's a teacher or whether it's a custodian, because we have to deal with, a total appropriated budget.
So again, I think it matters on who the extra staff would be or what's changed.
Absolutely.
Okay. I think our board had a really good discussion. I think it was our first meeting in December in regards to kind of what you said. What's the trajectory? Where are we headed? Or do we need to really evaluate what we're doing as a district and start looking at is this sustainable or not? I don't want to go on record on saying that it's going to go one way or the other, because I don't know until the board makes some decisions on, I'll use class size as an easy one. Like, is class size going to determine the amount of teachers we need moving forward? Is some of our protocols and cleaning, Mr. Rizicki with what he's doing, does that change the need for that? So I don't have a great answer for you, but I definitely think it's something that our board is going to be charged with coming out.
Thank you. That's all the questions.
So I do have the information. So in 2018-19, we had 192.5. In 2019-20, we had 194.46.
Can you say those again? You went so fast.
Oh, sorry. 18-19 was 192.5.
Yes.
In 19-20 was 194.46.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Don't go far. Norm, is there anything that you want to add in closing before we open up to the public comment?
I'll save my comments for deliberations. It's appropriate.
Great. Jonathan?
Sorry, it's
okay.
I do have, Mike, just one more question, and I asked you this before.
Sorry,
but
Mike.
I apologize. We do have more folks out here, I think, at this meeting than the last one, so I'm going to ask you a question I asked you before. We're spending a lot of time focusing on the expense side, and on the revenue side, I'm just curious when it comes to state dollars. I know you've already answered this, but just quickly. So right now, there's a program where funds are being diverted for school choice, right? And a lot of those funds are going to, they're going away from our district into other things. Do you have a sense as to how much that's impacting on the revenue side in terms of how much money is available? Sure. Which obviously also drives our bottom line for the town.
Yeah, and I'd say in our community, it's been minimal impact. That's being honest.
Okay.
I know the program's looking to change, the requirements are looking to change, the qualifiers are all looking to change. But it's not another different story. I'm not talking about the state. So what the qualifiers, from my understanding, the new qualifiers for how you could attain funding or those are shifting as well. So that is going to be, that'll be that could be an impact in a year or a year. Because it's becoming. There's greater money that could be provided through some of those programs and families may choose to elect that. But as of right now, our community hasn't been addressed.
Thank you. I apologize for dragging that up here.
I'll be back. I'm assuming I'll be back home. See?
I'm sorry.
What?
But because of this question, I did.
Don't
have
blame
one.
me, Deb.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, but it's spurred, okay. There is one that said, one of those bills that are coming up, that they may increase the aid to the schools on maintenance. type of-
Yeah, there's, I think there was a list of about 51. I
Yes.
think it's 51, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Also in there was again, the 7.5% towards retirement. There's one in there for building aid.
Yes,
Uh,
so in particular, my question was on the, I guess it's HB 541, increasing to the 50 million for school building.
Mhm.
Could that benefit that reduction in what we're doing up there?
I'm giving you an opinion.
Okay.
But to me, I feel like it's gonna be a competitive grant,
Mm.
meaning the worse shape you're in, the higher chance you have of getting it.
Sure.
And I would say with our building project we just completed, it might eliminate us from being a high qualifier,
So.
which is a good thing. But I think, yeah, I think that money will be going towards some facilities that can't even open, things like that, other towns.
Okay.
It'll be competitive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, we're gonna open up the public comment period, and at some point, maybe Neil, can you take a peek outside? Thanks, Norm. Yes. So 2 requests, and we're gonna start again for those on Zoom. We're gonna start with people in the room, and then we will go to folks on Zoom. Try to keep comments to 3 minutes max. That'd be great. And if you're making a point that others have made, just, affirm points that have been made and try not to restate them in length. That would be great. Just, we want to hear from everybody. I don't want to stifle anybody. And we don't want to be here till you know what's going on outside. Let's go.
I thought it was not bad outside. I warranted 2-hour delay.
And please state your name and your address.
Hi, thank you so much. Sarah Bruschino, 855 Kearsarge Ave. Thank you all for your time and the opportunity to talk tonight. I come here as a mom of 2 kids in Harold Martin School, a 1st grader and a 3rd grader, as well as a Hopkinton alum, to share my deep concern over the school board proposed cuts to the 4th grade class size or class teachers and to reduce the number of interventionists at Harold Martin School. I want to share some of our family's experiences as you consider this proposal. My oldest is a rising 4th grader. Her kindergarten year was cut short by COVID, and her first grade was remote for her. This class of kids, like many, have endured a lot of hits over the last 3 years, and I know they're starting to experience the anxiety and anticipation of the transition to Maple Street School too. Throughout the pandemic, teachers and staff have been critical to helping these kids manage a difficult learning experience. For them, transitioning from classes with 14 or 15 students to 20 or 21 is going to be a big difference. Cutting our capacity for teachers and staff to help this class of rising 4th graders in particular seems short-sighted to me. I read in the Concord Monitor article this morning that the 4th grade teacher was added because of COVID, and I heard the superintendent say that tonight as well. But data provided by the SAE to me shows that in the 2019-2020 school year before COVID, there were 4 classroom teachers at the 4th grade level. For me, it seems disingenuous to say that this is a position created in response to the COVID pandemic. We were told at the school board meeting last week that this particular class can sustain a reduction in teachers because it's smaller than this year. While that's true, according to the numbers again provided by the district, The difference is 5 students, 5, a drop from 67 to 62. In 2021, 2022, there were 63 fourth grade students with 4 classroom teachers. If you were looking to cut teachers in the smallest K through sixth grade level, that would actually be my youngest daughter's class, which currently has 52 students per grade, according to the SAU data. I've also heard that one of the current 4th grade teachers is on a 1-year contract, so it's an easier position to eliminate because no one would have to be laid off. While that may be easier from an administrative perspective, it doesn't provide an educational analysis or justification from a student perspective as to why that's a better cut to make. Is there evidence that indicates 4th graders are better suited to increase class sizes over the other K through 6 counterparts? I haven't heard that. In addition, I want to share that both of my children have benefited from intervention at Harold Martin School, though their journeys and experiences have been quite different. During remote learning, I saw how my older daughter, who was in 1st grade, was struggling with reading comprehension. I asked for help. We were told there wasn't enough capacity, that she wasn't far enough behind. Instead, it was recommended that we hire a private tutor. We did. I know that not every family can afford that, though. These are the same families we're all thinking of when we share concerns about rising property taxes. I want to return to Jonathan's train analogy. I think it's important to think about these kids who may be particularly negative impacted by a cut to intervention and think about people with lower fixed incomes being particularly impacted by property tax increases. These are not always mutually exclusive populations of people. It's important to note they could be the same families. And if we take a family with children at HMS who have a house valued at $300,000, following the school board cut that you're considering tonight, they would see a reduction in the former proposed school budget of $39 a year. Our private reading interventionist tutor costs $40 an hour. It would not even buy them 1 hour of reading or math intervention. And I think that was a pretty reasonable rate. Ensuring kids can get intervention in school is an equity issue that I hope you consider. In 2nd grade, my oldest was identified as a student who needed intervention. For a full year, she got assistance 4 times weekly. Still, she did not come up to grade level. This year, our family requested testing for specific learning disabilities, and through that, we learned that she has dyslexia. It's discouraging to me that it took almost 2 years of my advocacy to identify that, but we're really grateful she's now getting the targeted intervention she needs. Our younger daughter did not go to preschool because of COVID, and she was 4 when she started kindergarten because of her birth year or her birth date. It was recommended after the first round of assessments that year that she have reading and math intervention. I was grateful for the proactive outreach, and we saw how effective it was to have that early intervention. I worry that with a reduction in interventionist staffing at Harold Martin, not all students are going to be able to get the services that they need, despite best efforts and best intentions from our teachers and staff. How can we possibly ask them to do the same amount of work with less? From a fiscal responsibility perspective, as some of you have echoed tonight, I struggle to see how removing this staffing will help our bottom line when we know early intervention is more effective and more efficient in how we spend our funds. I also think it's prudent to consider these proposed cuts in context of additional staffing changes, which you have considered tonight. In particular, it's my understanding this budget moves the district athletic director position to full-time. I was a student athlete in Hopkinton. I'm a coach right now. I understand the importance of sports for our kids, but I cannot believe that we would prioritize that position over a classroom teacher. Anyone who takes a passing glance at Hopkinton's school budget knows our biggest cost is personnel. And if we have to have a conversation as a community about those staffing levels, then I encourage us to do that in a thoughtful, holistic way that involves data and community involvement. This proposal, in my opinion, has not done that, and I hope that we can reconsider it.
Thank you very much.
That is hard to follow. Hi, my name is Devin Chafee. I live at 483 Briar Hill Road here in Hopkinton. And I want to start just by thanking you all for your service to our town. And to just say that I really appreciate the opportunity to get to speak to you tonight. I have to say I'm a little bit nervous and I'm not, I speak in public sometimes, but it's really hard to speak publicly when you're talking about issues that affect your kids directly. And so I just really want to recognize that and thank you all for having this opportunity. And I say affect your kids directly because I have 2 kids in the current 3rd grade, Sid and Win. Don't let them fool you. Sid is the lefty and they will switch around on each other. My husband also has coached almost every single boy in the 3rd grade class, whether it's soccer, baseball, basketball. I am telling you, you have not lived until you have had 15 8-year-olds at your house watching the US play the World Cup. It is quite the experience. And that is just to say that I feel like I really know these kids in this 3rd grade. I know their silliness, I know their craziness, I know their strengths somewhat, and I know their challenges. And I know their parents, I know their families, and I know how difficult it has been for all of them to really keep up with school when nearly all of their first 2 years were remote or hybrid learning, right? So through kindergarten through 1st grade, just not really getting that in-person instruction. And I want to say that Harold Martin teachers do an amazing job. Like, I am blown away at the job that the Harold Martin teachers do and the way that they make sure that every single kid in this class that has had such extreme challenges is getting the education that they deserve under what have been really difficult circumstances. But I have to say, in my gut, it's really hard to think that you're going to add 6 kids to these classes of 15 to 16 and the teachers are going to be able to provide the same kind of personalized instruction, the same kind of individualized attention that they've been able to provide or that these kids have received in the last 3 years through in their experience at Harold Martin. And I'm sure that the educational professors, the administrators, and the teachers would do their best, but it just seems impossible to me that they would receive the same level of education. And of course, that's my gut, but you know, I do my best at research. I can use Google. I've been trying really hard to learn more about what is the impact, right, of class size on education. And it just seems, from what I can tell, that there is a clear impact, and especially in these margins that we're talking, going from like 15 to 16 to 20 to 21. There's a clear impact on what the academic performance is going to be of these kids. And there have been many studies done on the impact of class size. And that's especially true from what I can tell in school systems like ours, where it's not a question of, you know, bad teachers and smaller classrooms. Like, we have amazing teachers here in Hopkinton. We have high quality teachers, and this change in class size, I think, in that setting is clearly going to have a negative impact on the students. And we also know, of course, that COVID on these children, on this grade in particular, this grade that was out of school during these crucial moments, it's having a negative impact on their performance. As you know, Superintendent Flynn alluded to, some of the challenges that these kids in particular are facing, as well as those coming after them that they haven't seen before. And that's true not just here, it's true nationally. There was a study, you know, just published in October by the NWEA, which is a nationwide sort of assessment organization, about just how this class, the outgoing 3rd grade class, has really suffered performance-wise because of their COVID experience. And so I'm just really struggling to understand these budget decisions that have been made in the past couple of weeks at the school board level. And of course, I have a tremendous respect for Mr. Goupel and the rest of the school board and the people who serve our town. But I have to say, I cannot get my head around these decisions. Just weeks ago, from my understanding, the conversation was really centered around a budget proposal that was responsible, it was reasonable, it was even in line with inflation, even though there are significant additional costs that the district is facing, and you all know much more about that than I. And there had already been cuts, as again, Superintendent Flynn alluded to keep that budget as tight as it could be. And in my opinion, that tight budget was much more in line with the vision for a quality education that this town has come to support for many years. And so I'm a bit confused about these recent decisions, especially with the cuts to the 4th grade teacher and the interventionist. I don't understand why these kids are going to go from
15 to 16 size classrooms, and then in fourth grade, they're going to be in 20 to 21, but then they're going to go back down to 15 or 16 in fifth grade? Or is this a longer term plan? Are we going to be cutting every single year that this class moves up? I just don't understand the longer term vision here. I mean, I get the administrative practicality when you have somebody on a contract, but I don't understand the longer term vision. So I would just simply ask that you please really critically look at this most recent round of budget cuts and really work towards a stronger budget that's more in line, in my opinion, with our town's values. And I ask that you do that not just for my kiddos and for this third grade that are going into the fourth grade next year, but just for the sake of our overall school system for our town. And again, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Now, opposing point of view. Ken Watson, 27 Clark Lane. So I'd like to quote the Maple Street School principal. Currently, Maple Street School has 4 fourth grade classes, around 15 students each. Reducing a fourth grade teaching position would mean combining the 3 classes up to around 20 students each. One of the most coveted things about being in Hopkinton is the stability. And I believe that reducing a classroom teacher will really inhibit where it may impact our morale and culture and climate. Just let that sit for a minute. Why could we not have taken our athletic director, given a stipend to a teacher, and let that teacher be the athletic director? Keep our athletic director at 0.4 or 0.5, whatever he was at. Why could we not have taken the curriculum director, made a curriculum committee, 2 or 3 teachers, 1 from each school, give them a stipend, make that a curriculum committee versus a full-time employee, where then we have to pay their health insurance, their retirement. If we had stipends for these teachers, we could do that. There are many other positions that could be filled like that that would not incur as much budgetary deficit. And this new proposed budget, there's not a single tax cut in it. It again is the double speak. We present a high budget, then we come in with a low budget and we say, see, we cut your taxes. No, you're still raising my taxes. So back to the quote from the principal, I invite any one of you, please contact Alicia Presti before you do it, but I invite any one of you to come down and volunteer at the Hopkinton Food Bank and stand there and watch those people that go through there. $39 in your taxes. They don't own $300,000 homes. They barely own cars that run. And they drive through there because their stability is food stability. And that's our town. Everybody sits here, white collar, got a good job, got life insurance, got health insurance. Don't worry about where your meal's going to come from. There's a large sector of this town that does worry where their meals are going to come from. And we sit here and we say, oh, I want my kid to have only 15 students in his class. Put 30 in the class, decrease the budget. It is a public school. You want to go to Proctor? You want to go to Tilton? Tilton is only $11,000 a year more than Hopkinton. That's Tilton School. If you want a private school, send your kid. Get the grants we were talking about. Send your kid to that school. We are running a public school system here. We need to stop acting like we're running a private school. Look at the other people in town. There are people on fixed incomes, retired. They cannot afford whatever tax increase you think is appropriate. So I think we need to step back, take an attitude look at what we're doing and start talking about decreasing our budgets and not saying, oh, this is an appropriate increase. There are a lot of people that cannot afford any increase. I have said this every year for the past 6 years. And as I said to my wife when I left the house today, I'm not sure why I'm going because nothing changes, but I guess I feel better when I get up here and I tell you all this. But I really think that as chairman of the budget committee, somebody's got to step up and say, we need a break. We just can't sustain. You talk about what's going to sustain the roads, $2 million bond. How many years is that going to go? How many years are we gonna have a $1.5 million increase? We've increased our budget $5 million the last 3 years. What are we doing with it? Somewhere, somebody has got to stand up and say no. And I don't know who that person is. I try, but I don't count. I mean, I count, but I don't have the influence to make the no stick. So those are my suggestions. Take teachers, give them stipends, give them extracurricular work after school with a stipend. Let them be the athletic director, the curriculum director, whatever that case may be. And start actually being good stewards of the taxpayers' money, because that's what you're charged with, and it doesn't happen. Thank you. It's my piece.
Thank you, Mr. Watson.
Mr. Zenko, can I have Mr. Flynn address the athletic director positions? So instead of it keeps coming up in public comment, you can express the impact in our budget real quick.
Sure.
Just
Mike, you want to?
I really want it to
speak
be
to that?
clear, so it's not brought up.
So this question came up at the last meeting as well. So currently Dan teaches in athletic directors. And through our realignment of our middle school and our high school and the reduction or our reevaluation of our program of studies, we were able to shift Dan to a full-time athletic director with zero budgetary impact, $0. So if we left him in the role that he was in, still teaching, still athletic directoring, and be the same number in the budget, it is just a transition of duties so that he can actually do full-time athletic duty. I talked about the hours and the time and we're not adding the position or the classes that are coming away, right? So that's those classes and the teachers, the sections that he teach are going away. No one's being added. We're not adding anything. And then that number is just to allow him to become the full-time athlete. Right?
Thank you.
Arnold Coda, 400 Gould Hill Road in Hopkinton. I had not intended really to make any comments here with respect to the school district budget until I heard the previous three speakers. So I think I need to start with the comments that this gentleman here made with respect to the population of this town. For the past 5 years, I've been a volunteer driver in the Hopkinton Dial-A-Ride program. And if one really wants to learn, see, understand, and remember who we have in this town across a wide range of population, drive these people. Just drive them. They are a remarkable group of people. Some of them own their own homes, some of them rent. But the bottom line is that every single one of them has difficulty maintaining a decent standard of living. I don't know how else to put that. It's not just food, it's clothing. It's going out and having the kind of fun I think that any one of us here in this room take for granted. Just going out to a restaurant once a week, once a month is not a possibility for a lot of these people. I need to say, I'll preface my next comment by saying that I really have tried over the years to address situations and problems and information. I need to say now that I am really offended by the comments that the two women who spoke preceding this gentleman made. I found them to be tremendously arrogant and self-serving.
Pardon me. I don't want to accommodate anything that's going to suggest an insult.
I didn't hear you, Mark.
I don't want to accommodate anything that's going to be personally insulting to any of our speakers. It's fine for you to say that you're offended.
All right.
Please don't call anybody arrogant or make any direct comments
All right.
that are insulting to speakers.
Well, then you can, as a judge would say to the jury, disregard that comment. When Andrea Folsom first ran for the school board, her main position was a sustainable budget. So I called her and I had a conversation with her and I asked her, what did she mean by a sustainable budget? And her answer was one that is not unduly burdensome to the taxpayer. The catchword there, and she was not saying that on purpose, is unduly. This budget continues the burden, unsustainable burden to a lot of people in this town. If we look at the school rate increase from 2020 to 2023, the increase, and that would include, yes, that would include the current tax rate. The increase is $4.08. Total percentage increase of 19.97%, call it 20% over 4 years. That's a 5% increase per year. That's a rate of increase that even a lot of people in this town who are employed have not seen over that same period of time. Yet their taxes go up. Even people who rent see an impact because a landlord will increase rents if for no other reason than increase taxes. So I think that in conclusion, I think that what you all have done is a good job. I really do mean that in all sincerity. I would like to see the tax rate that is on the table here tonight be even lower. Maybe it can be, maybe it can't be. But I do appreciate the work that you have done and that you have brought it down from what the original tax rate would have been if the original school budget had been unopposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cook.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sarah Matson-Destin. I live at 517 Destin Road. So a couple of things are on my mind. The first is that the major drivers of the cost increase in this budget are really three. The first are the new support staff and teachers contract that the community voted for last year. The second is the second half of the bond that the community voted for 2 years ago. And the third is inflation. And with all of those factors, the school board's original budget was at 7.9%. And you can measure inflation in a million different ways, but the Social Security cost of living adjustment for this year was over 8%. So the fact that the school board was able to bring in an original budget with the bond, with the contracts, with the unbelievable inflation and things like fuel that came in at 7.9%, should not be surprising anyone. These are the factors that we're facing, and 2 out of the 3 the community already supported. So I hope that you'll take that into account. I also would like for us all to keep in mind that 1 out of every 3 people who is living in poverty in the United States is a kid. So when we are talking about the needs of people who have low income, the needs of children are foremost among them. And those are the families that are least able to afford to pay for things privately. So I would ask you to keep that in mind as well. I echo the comments of the speakers about the short-sightedness of cutting classroom teachers and cutting interventionists. But I also want to bring you something new, which is the maintenance trust warrant. When we were passing the bond, and I'm sure everyone remembers those acutely painful conversations over a period of many years, if there was one thing that we agreed about, it is that we cannot do this again. We cannot fall behind and not maintain our buildings and replace our equipment. I cannot wrap my head around the idea that we would immediately start doing it again. So cutting the maintenance trust, we are setting ourselves up for the exact same problem that virtually all of us agreed we wanted to avoid. it's only gonna cost more to fix stuff if we let it get even broker. And it's gonna cost way more to fix it if we have to borrow money to do it. So I know that there's no easy place to cut here, but I feel like the community has had the conversation about whether or not we want to allow ourselves to fall behind on maintenance again. And we have decided that we don't. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
Lauren Clement, 86 Maple Street. Kind of echo a few things broadly on this whole budget process. Starting with the beginning of this process, when we 11:15 got a handout from the school board. Some of the key points on their bulletins, budgeting philosophy, impact on all stakeholders, students, staff, and community. Those three stand out. Someone's going to be impacted by a cut no matter what you do. And I guess you touched upon that, and the struggle here is real. When they speak about a $5 million increase over the course of 3 years, you guys look at your page 6 in the budget handout and go down to the total. In 2021, total budget was $20 million, 888,000 and change. And this proposed budget, which now has been altered since this came out, is 24,892,000 and change. That is a $4.8 million increase in 3 years on operating costs. I don't know what other warrant articles were included in that, but if we're at a pace of increasing nearly $5 million over 3 years, we're in trouble. The grand total of the increase here was $1,823,000. Next year, what's it going to be? We have the key drivers. I don't know if key driver really was the bond, or if I know Sarah said the bond was a driver, but I think it wasn't included on their key driver handout. Key drivers: contractual increases, utilities, transportation, inflation, and special education. I didn't hear anyone upset about the special education fund that was in there. The technology fund was in there. There was $339,756 in the first proposed budget when we sat here. That's been removed. I would assume the majority of that is going to come back next year. When speaking to the contractual increases, the number on, again, if you take page 6, what the estimates were for our proposed increases and the actual increase in salary, it far exceeds what we were estimated in voting on. So yes, the town voted on contractual increases. Clearly, we had no idea benefits were going to go through the roof, which they have, but there's a lot of extra money in that line that we didn't vote on that's going to be there next year as well. We got this 115K from the state. Will it be there next year? I don't know, but we talk about level budgeting at 1,800,000 this year. If that passes, or whatever the new reduction is, we don't start again at 0. That's still on my tax bill, everybody's tax bill next year. Some of us can afford it. Others, it's a hit. And I don't know where the best place to remove or reduce this budget is. Ultimately, it doesn't matter what we personally think that's ultimately up to the school board and the superintendent. We can voice our opinions, but it sounded like when he was speaking earlier, if he had $100,000 extra to remove, it would be another staff member. So what happens when we have contractual increases next year? What are we looking at, removing staffs, or is another $1.8 million budget proposal fine? Is $750,000 fine? How's the special ed fund going to get funded? So I don't know the answer to where the cuts should be. This was the first proposal. I asked at the school board meeting, is there a plan B? Is there a plan C? We didn't hear anything. So for people that are upset about these two positions not being there, for the record, I too have a second grader that will be going through this. It impacts my family. But I just, something needs to change. We can't continue at this pace. And I appreciate that the budget committees recognized that and actually didn't just slam dunk go through. Do I like where they've been removed? No. Does anybody? In some probably, but if you moved it up to AP classes at the high school, because there's not a lot of people taking them, you're going to have high school parents that are upset. So I have a lot of concerns about not just this budget, but next year's budget. And I appreciate all the thought that's gone into it. And ultimately, it's the decision for the cuts is in the superintendent's court, not ours. We don't get a say in that. I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring someone over from Zoom now. If you're on the Zoom and you want to speak, please raise your hand. And I think, is it Ian?
Yes, that's right.
State your name and address first.
Yes, Ian Hart, 1264 Hatfield Road. Thank you for your time and attention tonight. I'd like to also thank everybody who's spoken up about these proposed reductions to the earlier proposed budget. I'm the father of a third and a seventh grader. I'm requesting the budget committee have the cut to the revised school budget in order to be able to maintain the current level of teachers for next year's fourth grade class. In Hopkinton and beyond, our current third graders are the children who had their kindergarten year cut short due to the pandemic, as has already been observed. Their first grade years were significantly disrupted in various and impactful ways as we tried to figure out how to return them to school safely. Learning loss occurred in those years, and as was spoken, there were other sort of more difficult to measure impacts on these students. And all told, the long-term implications of that are continuously revealing themselves. These kids who were kindergartners and first graders were the least able to adapt and thrive under remote learning. And as has been observed, these are next year's fourth graders. We know how critical these early years are related to long-term success in reading and math and beyond. A low student-teacher ratio is a key way we can counter the impacts of learning loss. As was stated earlier, our classroom teachers are the first line of defense. We have seen our daughter's reading greatly improve, courtesy of her classroom teacher, buttressed by our reasonable class sizes and the additional help of the school interventionists. However, increasing her class size by 33% is counterproductive to her and her classmates. It's critical that we maintain the current level of fourth grade teachers, particularly for this group of rising fourth graders. Therefore, as I stated earlier, I urge the budget committee to reduce their proposed cut to the revised budget in order to maintain our existing fourth grade teacher count. Thank you in advance for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hart.
Mr. Moderator,
Sorry.
did he want to cut the interventionist position?
think what I heard him say was reduce the proposed have the proposed reduction.
Increase the school board's budget.
Increase the school board budget.
Yes,
To restore the fourth grade
teacher, yeah.
position.
So the interventionist is okay with that.
I'm
not sure if he would said, I'm not sure if he said he was okay with cutting.
I gathered as he wants to leave it.
First budget and not the reduced.
That's how I got it too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Hart, if you want to clarify, you can raise your hand again, but I think we got the gist of it. Ms. Gilman.
He just raised his hand.
Oh, hold on. Can we just let Mr. Hart be clear on what he was proposing? All right, I think you're on, Ian.
You were correct. Sorry about that. Thanks for making this meeting available remote as well. And you're correct. It's sort of first and foremost support reinstating or sort of maintaining the fourth grade teacher levels. And I think whatever, additional interventionists level of intervention we can support above that, while maybe cutting in half the reduction that was recommended at the last or requested at the last budget committee. I would support that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Amanda Gilman.
Hello, everyone. Amanda Gilman, 168 Westridge Circle. Thank you all for your time. I would like to hear about class sizes of other towns. I guess this is a bit of a question. I'm not sure if it can be answered. What are the class sizes for other rising fourth graders in other towns who have also been through the same pandemic impositions that we have imposed on our children? Can anyone answer that?
Are you able to benchmark our class sizes?
I would have to look at, I'd have to do research and reach out to other districts.
I think that that's a salient point, rather than speaking emotionally about what we think our class sizes should be. Look at what other towns are doing as well and benchmark. I personally have lived through a large third grade class size. My son's class in third grade was actually 28 students because of the previous administration shuffled teachers around on an annual basis. This was slightly pre-COVID. In fact, it was 1 year before COVID. And I can tell you that 28 is definitely too many, especially when that grade had more IEPs than any other grade below it. So my next question is this fourth grade class, and this is, I suppose, is a Mandy question. How heavily coded is this fourth grade class compared to other classes in the district? Are there a tremendous amount of IEPs?
Are you allowed to answer that question?
I don't think we can.
Yeah.
I don't think that's public.
Answering that question, what I can say comfortably is that every class will be different, and within that class, it could shift anytime throughout a year.
Yeah, that could get into identifiers. Yeah. So we want to be careful on that.
Okay.
Did you hear that?
So I guess I defer to the administration's judgment on that one, that they, knowing all of this private information, would have looked at how heavily coded this class was and whether this class really did need as much intervention as other classes around it. To also shed some light on previous to COVID, class sizes in Hopkinton were typically around 20, not the new norm of 15 that we have come to enjoy in this post-COVID era. It is not just the third grade class, which is now rising fourth grade class, that was affected by COVID. In fact, all grades K through 3 were severely affected by the restrictions that we imposed during COVID. Yet this third grade class got to enjoy an extremely small class size for the last year. And I just heard one speaker speak to the fact that his daughter has flourished in this last year, and I would hope that they did. I don't know the data for sure, but I'd like to think that the money we spent for this outlier of a class size for this year did make a difference. And that combined with the fact that they are now a year older, going into fourth grade, that a moderate class size, mind you, moderate class size of 20, that is not a large class size, which is close to the class size of the grade above it, the rising fifth graders, who was around 18 to 19, who also lost tremendous learning during COVID and are progressing well with a moderate class size in fourth grade. I think I am projecting that the administration has evaluated all of these factors and synthesized this data to say that this is an appropriate place to make a reduction. So this whole discussion, when you remove the emotion behind it, comes down to what is a good class size for our students in Hopkinton. Is it a moderate class size, which is in line with our peers and acceptable? Is that what's acceptable in Hopkinton? Or do we need the uber low class size of 15 students, which is smaller than the average class size in elementary schools in Hopkinton over the last 8 years? And I have lived this experience to know that this is the case. I do believe class size will be on the school board's top discussion points coming up. I don't believe it's the budget committee's job to decide what is an appropriate class size based on emotional pleas. The superintendent and the administration have brought forth 2 positions the school can live without. Do they want to live without them? No, but they have brought them forth saying that these are places that we can make reductions. And in this economy, I would think that a budget committee who is charged with fiscal responsibility should take the recommendation of the experts who believe that we can survive without these 2 positions. These experts who have looked at how heavy of a lift our different grades are, meaning how heavily coded, the IEPs, the behavioral differences, who have loaded and who have looked at the test scores, they have made the determination that our elementary schools can live without these positions for the next year, and they will reevaluate. For me, when I am, excuse me, for me, for me personally, to get off the topic of class sizes, what I am actually distressed about is the reduction in the maintenance trust. We're having a tough budget discussion right now because of the fiscal irresponsibility of the previous 12 years. We are paying on a bond for the next 20 years that we should have budgeted in previously over the past 12. I ask that the board and the community to please fund the maintenance trust fully, which I might add 75,000 isn't even close to the needed 450,000 plus that we should actually be funding annually. I echo the previous speaker in stating the community as a whole has supported funding our maintenance trust and our facilities so that we don't end up in this position in another 10 years. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So if you're in the room and want to speak, please do. I just want to make a quick comment. I want everyone to feel completely safe to say whatever's on your mind. So let's just be really mindful and respectful of each other's views. It's okay to be emotional. We're not. I don't want people to feel criticized or judged for sharing their perspectives with this committee. It's hard to do it, hard to get up and speak in front of public. So let's just be super respectful so it feels very safe for anybody who has comments to come up and say what's on their mind.
Good evening. My name is Rob Nato, 559 Sugar Hill Road. I am not speaking as a school board person. I'm just speaking as somebody who spent a lot of time at Hopkinton Middle High School. I just want for some clarity that the topic of stipends came up and how they're used and when they're effective. So a little bit of personal for me, in my first job at the Landmark School, I was the athletic director. So I know a little bit about the mechanics of that job. To assume that that is a part-time position that somehow could be stipended and someone could do above and beyond their teaching tasks is not really understanding the complexity of that role. So I think that's really important to state. In regard to a stipended position for the curriculum work, we tried that for my entire 22 years at the middle high school. Sometimes it was a committee, sometimes it was a stipended person or persons who tried to execute that task. And for 22 years, we failed for a whole host of reasons. It is a full-time job. Schools are not what they were when most of us went to school. They are very, very different places. And to get everything aligned so that there's continuity K through 12 and everybody's on the same track takes work, not only understanding what the curriculum should be and can be, but getting everybody to work together in that way. That is difficult to do as a part-time stipended position after your teaching duties of the day that may go above and beyond. So some tasks work great, stipends for coaches, that works great. Stipends for department heads, that works great. Stipends for those 2 positions, it's not really a realistic thing. I think it's, we've tried and it hasn't worked. So just a little bit of clarity there historically from the middle school.
Thank you, Mr. Nato. You're welcome. Come on up, and then Matt Belanger will have you next after next speaker.
Hello. I'm Sabrina Dunlap, 9 Gold Hill Road. I'm not speaking on behalf of the select board, but thank you, Ken, for doing a great job once again with the budget. So I attended last week's school board meeting and your last budget meeting, the marathon meeting. And I'm honestly a little bit baffled as to how the school board arrived where they did. Being at that school board meeting, I actually don't think the discussion around class size got what it deserved. I suspect there'll be more coming on that, but I think that's a discussion that should be had before something like cutting a full 4th grade teacher is made. So I think that, it deserved more than what it got. I don't want to repeat what Sarah and Devin said so eloquently. But I do have a rising 4th grader. I also have an older child who is in 4th grade. And that class was, I think, uniquely burdened by COVID because of the timing of when it hit for them. So I'm not going to repeat it, but I think that is worth highlighting. And to the point the gentleman made about tax burden, we feel that, everyone feels that. Being on the select board, we feel that. But my take on this school budget is that it doesn't move the needle on the burden. It feels like a largely symbolic cut that isn't going to move the needle for people in terms of their taxes, but it will impact kids adversely. I think that it's a symbolic cut on the backs of 8 and 9-year-olds who aren't here right now. And I just think that, sitting from my vantage point, being on the select board, I think a lot about the interplay between town and school and how lucky we are in this town to have such a community. And I truly believe we do not have the town that we have without the schools that we have. We do not have the schools that we have without the community that we have. And I suspect that that's one of the things that draws people in here to work here and live here and teach here. And so I think, it is a really difficult balancing act. As a community, as a town, we have to think about the things we want to fund. These all cost money, the library, the senior center, having police and fire. It's all wonderful. It all costs money. And I think as a community, we've decided we want those things so that everyone can enjoy them regardless of income. I feel the same way about the schools. I think as a community, we've decided we want to properly fund our schools. And I think the budget that the school board presented at the last meeting was very fair. And I think they're showing that there's nowhere left to cut that's not going to have a material adverse impact on kids. So I would really urge you to go back to the last budget. I think they landed in the right place. And I appreciate your comments, Mark. It is hard to get up here and comment. I do just want to note that just because someone's talking about their kid or advocating for kids doesn't mean the comments are emotional by default. I don't think being emotional is necessarily a bad thing, but what a lot of the speakers said, just because they're advocating, a lot of it's very rational and reasonable. So I think the intent was to kind of undermine the comments by characterizing them as emotional. And I don't think that's very fair. So I want to say one last thing, if I'm not over my 3 minutes, hopefully, but really quickly on class size. I'm married to a teacher. One of my sisters is a teacher in another town. I have a lot of friends who are teachers. Class size is just, we know that it matters. And I have a kid with a severe health issue who's in 4th grade right now. And we are so fortunate we can send her to public school here and she can be part of that community. And it's due in part to the amazing administrators and principal and teacher. It's also due in part to the fact that she's in a class that isn't over 20 kids and that she can exist with a severe health issue in that class. And so that's just one example where, we can talk about numbers and data or whatever, but we're not the only family for whom it makes a true day-to-day impact to have class sizes that are relatively small. So I just wanted to put that out there. So thank you very much for your time and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much. Okay, Matt Belanger.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, fantastic. It's so great to see so many of you again. Thank you for your service, as always. Wanted to echo many of the folks in the room, Sarah, Devin, Sabrina, and aspects of what Ken shared as well, because I think he raised some valid points in what he raised. And I'll try not to go into too much depth as I summarize some of my points as well. But I do want to first state that I can appreciate the need to reduce costs. And I find that that's a reasonable request given a near 10% decline in enrollment over the last few years. So I'll start with that. And I don't envy the decision that has to be made here. But like others have shared, I find the methodology used to be confusing and short-sighted would be a generous way that I would describe it. According to district enrollment numbers, elementary enrollments have increased for the third year in a row, with declining enrollment happening in the Maple and the middle high schools. So I'm really unclear as to why incoming fourth graders who are not the smallest class size, as many of the speakers previously have stated, who have endured multiple years of COVID's impact on critical foundational concepts in reading and math. Undoubtedly, these are the most critical years for many of our students. And from a budget perspective, intervention at an early age will reduce costs long term. So I think this is also a case to be made for investment here. So while I understand we need to be challenged here with difficult decisions, if staff decisions need to be made, I really hope that the school board would present options that are a little bit more reasonable and reflect things that are more concrete, such as enrollment and others. Surely reducing a teacher in a formative grade level with increasing enrollments is not in the best interest of the whole, which is where my perspective is. And I apologize, I'm on Westridge Circle, just like Amanda Gilman. And I have 4 children, 3 of which are in the schools. I've got 1 in 8th, and I've got 1 in Maple, and I've got 1 in 3rd grade who will be a 4th grade or next year as well. But I'd encourage, as Sabrina said, to look at enrollment numbers as a key driver. And I have experience here, but I remember conversations about the school board really needs to be more creative and proactive. And I can appreciate that we're talking about establishing clearer decision frameworks, but these are conversations that we had back in 2019 and 2020, and I think it's time to put pen to paper on that. So I guess in summary, a few things here alarm me a little bit as well. Well, I can appreciate the example of converting a teacher to an administrator, and that's happened twice in the last couple of years. And the narrative that is a no cost addition to the budget simply is not true. That's a decision that was made where if enrollments dictated a decline and a potential reduction, reshuffling responsibilities to maintain roles is I see a choice that is made that instead those funds could have gone directly towards a fourth grade teacher and a elementary school interventionist. So these things are not, they're not free like a puppy is free, but I think we've got to be a little bit more accountable on that. So I'll summarize my thoughts once again by saying I can appreciate cuts need to be made, but what's presented here tonight will cost the district and will cost our students in the long run. So thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Blinder.
Good guys. My name is Mark Toto. I live at 466 Park Ave. I am Toto. I think it's the Wizard of Oz. So I'm newer to town. I moved here in 2016. My wife and I fell in love with the town. Great place to live, raise some kids. I have not seen a year where the school budget didn't increase, which was a factor that I wish I had known before I moved here. My taxes have gone up a lot, significantly. This year, slated to go up another $1,000. I'm only 45, so I'm still in my working years. So one could look at me and say, well, you can afford that. And to a degree, I guess I can, but I can't retire here if this is the pace of increase, which is sad because I'm building a family here. So I'm going to put down roots here for as long as I can, and then I'm going to need to leave. But I think we've heard from a lot of people that there are a number of people in this town that are already kind of in that situation. We've seen a number of speakers talk about how people are disproportionately affected. Those folks won't be here for that much longer if they can't afford to live here. So this has real world implications. And I heard the passion from some of the people that have students here. My daughter was in this district and was bullied so badly that we had to pull her out. So, and no amount of interventionists would have helped that. So, I'm here without a dog in this fight. I'm just trying to slow the bleeding, if you will. So I look at you folks as kind of a jury of peers. A jury has to base their decisions on facts and not emotion. And you said there's a lot of emotion in the room tonight. There will be, no matter where you cut, whether you cut at the 4th grade level. I don't know if those kids are disproportionately affected versus the 10th grade versus the 1st grade versus, our seniors. I would say those guys are probably affected pretty deeply by COVID. So I don't know if you could pick one grade and say, well, these guys need the most help and we should pay attention to them. But I looked at the enrollment, 18, 19, there was an 86 student in the 2nd grade. People weren't really freaking out as much as I can see them doing now. So I don't know, I would say maybe cooler heads should prevail with this. I don't think $250,000 is a sky is falling emergency. I don't see that as a drastic cut. It's 1% of the total budget. That's not incredible. So I don't have any solutions for you. I don't envy your positions. I wish you the best of luck. Your analogy is great. There is a train and you're aiming it at somebody. You've aimed it at the taxpayers for a long time. Maybe it's time to switch tracks. In a recession, everybody's got to tighten up things a bit. My own family does. Everybody here probably does a little bit. We've all got to make some choices and some cuts and nobody likes it. But the reality is it's not a forever thing. But right now is not the time for an increase of this kind of size. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Emily Gula.
Hi.
Sorry, what's your anybody's name?
No worries. You got it right. My name's Emily Gula, as you said, 169 Spring Street. Since I'm at home, I can Google things. So I thought I'd do a little research. I heard a committee member mention something about the cost of, not learning to read. So I found this is a Center for Public Education study from 2015, just about the importance of 3rd grade reading. So I'm against the cuts to the interventionist and the 4th grade teacher that the study says, or the paper says that, how 3rd grade marks a pivot point in reading. The research is clear. If students cannot read proficiently by the end of 3rd grade, they face daunting hurdles to success in school and beyond. Struggling readers rarely catch up with their peers academically and are 4 times more likely to drop out of high school. So obviously lowering their earning power later on as adults. The Annie E. Casey Foundation reported in 2010 that every student who does not complete high school costs our society an estimated $260,000 in lost earnings, taxes, and productivity. And again, I'm not implying that any student that's struggling in reading in Hopkinton is not going to graduate high school at all. I just want to, found a number that I could share that there is a cost to those students, and students in Harold Martin or at Maple Street aren't going to get those years back for learning, without those extra teachers. So just wanted to share, again, that was a Center for Public Education 2015 and some studies by the Annie E. Casey Foundation, which did show the academic, the cost to losses of academic learning and not being able to read on grade level. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Elizabeth Sides, 265 Crowell Road. I will honor what Mark said about not repeating a lot of what other people have said. I agree. I I want to agree with the sentiments about what Sabrina, Sarah, Devin, Ian Hart, Belanger also said, and to please go back to the budget, to the school board's original budget that they put forth. I thought that was tight. It's not fluff. There isn't any fluff to cut, as we've heard. I think two things that I want to say that kind of struck me tonight were, I think we need to listen to Patrice Brown. As all the principals, we should listen to Carrie from her, what she said so eloquently that a gentleman read, that she said, I think last week or the week before. But I think we need to listen to Patrice. Patrice said the kids that are coming into Harold Martin are different than when my oldest, who's in 6th grade, when he came in. And that's a fact. And that's something that the teachers are obviously, they're aware of. Patrice is aware of, all the specialists are. So for me, it's a really hard thing to hear that we're going to take away an interventionalist, because I think we actually need more. And we don't have the money to hire more. Maybe we will down the road, but I think the wrong thing to do right now is to take one of those away. It's only going to hurt the kids next year, the year after, and then with a larger class size. Again, I agree with a lot of the comments that 20 to 21, it's not crazy high. It's not. You're right. But for this class, this grade, and for a lot of the kids that have had those early COVID issues when when they were kindergarten or preschool through, I would say the 3rd grade class or 2nd grade class, 3rd grade class that are now older. We need to think about those kids and that we need to give them more. So I think Patrice's point about the kids are different. They've got different struggles. That means something. Mike Flynn, what he said also struck me, that now it's going to be personnel and people that they cut. And why are we cutting educators right now? We're losing teachers, just like nurses. A COVID, created this environment where people just feel like they can say whatever they want about educators. It's not right. It's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed when I hear things that people say in this town about teachers, the superintendent, the principals. I don't go around talking about the police department or the fire department. We are part of a community. I trust the fire department. I trust the police department. When they say they need something, I believe them. I don't question how much money they make, but it's really easy for a lot of people in this town and around the whole country to just talk about teachers that way. You make too much. You shouldn't make that much. Your benefits are too good. Teachers are our saviors, and the teachers in this town are amazing. They create really good people here. So I think we should try to keep the environment that we've created, and we have decided as a town, as Sabrina said, we've decided that we want a really good public education. I don't want to send my kids to private school. That's not why I moved here. So I don't want to be told to send my kid to Proctor or Tilton. No, thank you. I love this district. I want it to stay as similar and the same as it's been, and that everyone else has allowed their kids to go through this district and got the advantages and the benefits. I want my kids to get that, and they deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Tricia Lambert, 305 Galloping Hill Road. First, I just want to say, just so it's clear, I've been up here a couple of times. I've been to school board many times over the last 2 years. My husband is a teacher. We understand this. I said this at the school board. We understand both sides of this coin. I understand it even more so now than I ever have. Being able to actually come to school board meetings and to these meetings to voice our opinion. Actually, looking at all these people that are online and are sitting behind us, this is wonderful. I don't understand why we have these committees and nobody shows up. So I just want to say that. I know we differ in opinions, but I'm really happy you're here. So with that said, class size, is there a standard class size? I know we talked about what's healthy and what's not, and everybody has a different viewpoint, but is there a standard? I don't know if I could ask that question of the superintendent.
We don't have a standard class size policy.
What about the state standard?
State, yeah, they have
Is it 20?
just. At high school, like.
It
depends on where you level, yeah.
Okay, so that's important to factor in because someone made a decision on that subject. So I think when there's a decision being made, sorry, I'll turn back to you. When there's a decision being made, we should be keeping that in mind because somebody looked at that. So I would hope that someone would lay that out. I want to just quickly re-echo, it really, whatever decision was made to cut, if I was a parent, I'm sure I would be here if my child needed something and it was going to get cut. I believe that I totally understand that. But it's up to the school board and the superintendent to make that decision on the cuts while balancing the needs to the community. And I have to agree, 5 million over 3 years, if you continue that way, you're going to have a lot of people moving out. And I'm just going to go back, and I know Mr. Cass answered the question in the last meeting. We talked about mortgages, foreclosures, but don't worry that I'm not saying this, he answered the question, but it comes across as that if people foreclose, don't worry, the bank will pay for it. And we're made whole. I don't think that that's right. I think that we shouldn't be looking at it that way. We're people and we want to make sure that we keep our community whole, not so much the bank account. And in the real world, I'm just going to put some reminders out there. Since we last met in the last 2 weeks, I have read, and I'd like, if the articles are wrong, that the mortgage, Wells Fargo, which is one of the largest, if not the largest mortgage, is no longer doing new mortgages. Something's up. Something as big is coming. And so if you're counting on the banks, I would do some research on that. And I'm just going to throw that out. That's up for you to do as the committee. The Fed's probably going to raise the rate. And we have a debt ceiling of 31 trillion. So if you're looking for the state or the feds to eventually come in and help save, like the cavalry, and save this, because I know next year we're going to be having the same conversation if it's not more than 1.8 million. So I would really look hard at that because, again, I'm going to say it again, something's up and it's big and it's a storm. We're in a storm here and we have storms, we prepare for them. It's our job as a community, and I think as our committees, to prepare for those storms. This is a financial storm and it's coming. Now, if you think that it's going to be a short one, then go ahead and put forward what you think we could have. And if it's the 1.8 million, go ahead and do that. But if it's not, and you think that this is going to be longer, most recessions are up to 10 years. And it's not, we need to protect all members of the community. And again, I'm going back, I want to make sure we don't have to lay off teachers en masse. Because, and I don't know how that would work, but if something happens and you don't have the revenue, one way or the other, banks fail. I'm not trying to be an alarmist, but we need to be considering that. So slightly different perspective than everybody else. I thank you for allowing me to comment. And thank you. I don't know if you have any questions, probably not. Late.
Talked out.
I did look up the New Hampshire code admin. Looks to be updated as of January 5th, 2023. Class size for instructional purposes, each school shall be kindergarten grades. Kindergarten through grade 2, 25 students or fewer per educator. Provided each school shall strive to achieve the class size of 20 students or fewer per educator. Grades 3 to 5, 30 students or fewer. provided that each school shall strive to achieve the class size of 25 students or fewer per educator.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
It's not my personal advice, nor,
We understand.
yeah, okay,
You're just sharing what's.
just sharing the New Hampshire code.
Okay, any further comments in the room? Any further comments from folks joining by Zoom? All right, we are going to close the public comment session, and I think let's take a 3-minute break here, check the weather, and then we'll reconvene and figure out if we want to deliberate tonight or not.
Give some circulation back to the 4 legs.
I know. Thank you. I get it.
We're in a pickle, huh?
Because of the budget or weather or both?
The budget, the weather, I can drive it, so.
Not in the snow, but it's the ice. Good one. That's all over to you. I'm sure I'll get a report. Anybody this next door?
No, she moved out. The house is probably.
All right, good to see you.
I would need hard numbers.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna call the meeting back to order here. So I think what I'd like to propose to the committee is that we take up to an hour-ish. I don't know if it'll take that long, but to talk about what's on the table and to see, can we get to the point of taking votes to recommend what we're going to bring forward to the public hearing? So just to remind folks, the next step in the budget process for the budget committee is the budget committee's public hearing, which is on February 8th at 6 p.m. at here. The public hearing, which means we would love it if members of the public joined us. And so we've got to decide what we want to put forward at that hearing. If we get much past 9:30-ish, then I may invite a motion to adjourn and reconvene next week. I just am mindful about snow buildup on the roads and people's safety. Sound okay?
Yes.
Especially these roads.
Just stay on the highway.
Okay, so let's start with the town and the town's budget. So the updates, just to recap, were the removal of the sewage lagoon bond this year, the addition of $150,000 in the operating budget to be covered by surplus and no net increase, no net tax rate impact to fund that that engineering work.
And the 10,000 also coming out of the fund balance.
Right.
For the payroll.
Liability.
And then the $2 million.
Okay. So we voted, we didn't take a formal vote last week. We just took, or 2 weeks ago, we just took a pulse vote, but there was, I believe, unanimous support for the town's operating budget. So I'm not sure there needs to be a lot of conversation there, but if there, I would love to invite people to talk about any aspect, but particularly I think the changes in the bond proposals. There's no comments, we're going to take some votes.
Well, I guess I would just like to say that thank you for taking the information the questions that we had and for taking it back. And because I personally, at that time, recognizing we need the PFAS cleanup, I just wasn't comfortable with the amount just because I felt there was still some information needed. And I appreciate the select board and, discussing that and coming back with where you have it right now.
So Debbie, you're moving that everything gets supported, go to the next step?
But I'm not yet.
Thank you, Debbie.
Similarly, I wanted to say thank you to the work that Neil and Thomas and anyone else participated put in on mapping out the roads. I think it was helpful for this committee and as the community to see that there is a schedule in place for maintenance, as well as the overwhelming evidence that we have a lot of roads to rebuild in this town. It's helpful for planning and voting.
I have a question regarding Neil's memo about the design engineering costs, the construction engineering costs, and the estimated costs. This does not include anything to do with the Maple Street wastewater plant at this time, right? Okay. Okay.
That's separate. That does not include that.
Right, but it may be worked into this project as time goes on.
I would say significant.
John,
I guess I'd just like to make the comment that I hope that the discussion of the roads gets presented at town meeting substantially. And that somehow, it may be too late, Neil, to get those documents into the town report.
Some documents can go, yes, they're fully explained.
Right, the more we explain this and get this out in front of the public, the quicker, the better it is, because it's a monumental task that we've got facing. I don't think many people really understand the order of magnitude of this. These are new numbers and they're double what we looked at a year ago. And they're only going to go up, but it's very important. I think that this gets out in the public so people begin to understand what we're facing.
thank you, Don. I also want to thank you, Ken and Neil on the select board, Thomas for coming tonight, for all the work that you've done. And I'll just echo Don's comment. I think the bond when it's presented, it's going to be really important to give the big picture. It sounds like I mean, you've got that information now, which you didn't have.
Yeah,
So
I think it's going to be a
not
team
quick
effort,
meeting,
Thomas
yeah.
and myself, in terms of, right, Thomas?
I definitely agree with, presenting it to that in the definition. As detailed and specific possible.
Great.
I'll say something then in that case, and it's. Even though the town budget is smaller, there may be more room in the future, obviously not this year, but in years to come. To look at revenue streams. I know we talked about the transfer station. I got corrected for calling it the dump. You know, why are our tipping fees 10% over our cost? Well, you know, we're providing a service to contractors. Why are they not 15 or 20%? That's just an example. Land use fees. We have a published schedule of land use fees. Are those tied to something? Revisiting, and I know it's a controversial subject, impact fees for new construction and new development. Pay per bag, obviously, a lot of people didn't like the pay per bag, but we voted it in. How are those fees set? So I think going forward next year, and whether I'm on the board or not, a lot more review of some of the potential impact of the revenue stream back into the town.
Yeah, I think we do dig into that, maybe not enough. So I agree with your sentiments there, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
I support it. I think they've done a great job. I've been part of their whole budget process. I've learned everything that they need to go to deep dive into reductions and assessments and stuff in your budget. And I fully support your budget. You guys did a great job.
Thank you, Norm. I think Norm spends more time at select board meetings than I do.
Well, in that case, I will move to support the budget, the town budget, the operating budget. Second.
So that was Steve who moved it and Rich who seconded it. Our minute taker is zooming in here.
I would propose that in the budget, we should say the number, so it's reflected correctly. So.
I think your vote is to move it to public hearing.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's
that's what
what
it is.
we're
Okay.
doing.
I'm gonna vote on that number. Okay.
Let me pause for a minute and just with gratitude to Neil for helping me get this all clear. So for the operating budgets, both the town and the school, the budget committee's proposed number is what will go forward first to the public hearing, and then whatever the budget can, after the public hearing, the budget committee will take a more formal vote. And whether we agree with what's been proposed or have a different number, it's the budget committee's number that will go forward on the warrant. That's for the operating budgets. So you can move the budget as proposed, as Steve did, or you can move a different number. This will be maybe particularly relevant to the
Let me
school
clarify,
budget.
I'll move it as modified by the presentation that we have this evening, with adding the extra for the engineering, even though it has no impact on the budget.
Has an impact on the budget, does not have an impact on the tax rate. So can I ask that a friendly amendment expand what you're proposing to include the capital reserve funds and the trust funds?
I'll second your motion.
No, I'm asking for.
Oh,
I'm not making the motion.
I'll make the
Friendly
motion.
amendment.
I'll make the motion or make that amendment. The right word, sorry.
So I actually, I'm going to pause on that because the trust funds are different. And so the operating budget, the budget committee's number is what will go to the public hearing and what will ultimately go to town meeting and school board meeting. For trust funds, the select board in this case, or the school board's amount is what goes in the warrant. The budget committee can recommend a different number, but what actually goes in the warrant is the select board, or what the select board or school board is putting forward. And so I'd like to vote on them in a separate motion. And that's the same for the bonds. So whatever is, in this case, we have a proposed bond from the select board. That's the number that will go in the warrant, whether or not the budget committee supports that number. And the budget committee could recommend a different number that we can mention, and but it will not be the one on the warrant. So let's start with the operating budget, not including trust funds, if that's okay.
Yes.
So we have that motion on the table from Steve, seconded by Rich. Is there any discussion, further discussion? Okay, so since,
the only thing I wanted to say is, I just want to take a minute and say publicly what I was saying to Neil, which is I really appreciate all Neil is doing behind the scenes. Checking the weather, doing our IT, crunching the numbers. I mean, just really, just really appreciate all you bring to the table.
Second.
I think the select board says that every meeting.
We love you, Neil.
Conservatively.
Genuinely. I appreciate everything you do. Thank you, Jonathan.
Are we ready for the vote?
We're ready for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Extensions? Okay, great. Now we can move the trust and money to do that.
I'll move that budget committee support the select board's request with regards to the capital reserve funds and the trust funds.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Extensions?
And finally, I'll move that budget committee support the select board's request for a $2 million road fund.
Second.
So that was moved by Ken, seconded by Norm. Discussion? I'll just add my 2 cents. I learned a lot from the conversation about the roads by attending the select board meeting the other night, and from hearing what Thomas shared with us tonight. I do have some heartburn about, that I'm sure everyone does, but just about the amount in this year, given the burdens that people are facing in the community. But I think it's the right, I think it will prompt a discussion that needs to be had with the community at town meeting. And so I'm going to support tonight.
I think what I would say is that I supported, it feels to me reminiscent of where we got with the facilities in the schools. And that we're going to now be dealing with bonds to try to sort it out. And I wish we could budget to tackle this problem. It feels like we're going to have to bond to do it. And Don, you've been talking about this problem since I've been on this committee.
And before.
And before, but that's what's And so I think it's unfortunate, but I also think it's not gonna be good if somebody gets hurt or somebody's vehicle gets wrecked, and you have to have roads. So that's what I think about it.
Any other comments?
I just, the amortization schedule gives me heartburn. The $550,000 of interest is an extremely hard pill to swallow. $2 million to fix roads that desperately need it feels like an important thing to do. But paying an additional amount of interest to a bank so that we can get those roads done is a hard thing to ask the taxpayers to do.
I agree with you for what it's worth, though. The dollar amount reference is based on a 5% estimated interest rate, and what we're hearing anecdotally is it'll be lower. It'll be lower than 5%, at least at this point in time. If that's it.
Well, we gotta rely
I
on
think
these
what
stuff.
we can say is the January bond sale was 2.7%.
What it will be is.
What a July bond sale
Yeah.
would be.
I was just gonna say, there's two per year, right?
And the bond bank is using 5%, just like.
Are you thinking we won't be able to bond it before July? The two bonds, you don't think the March meeting to July will be enough time to bond it before it changes the rates?
They only sell bonds twice a year.
Yeah.
Other comments? Okay, all in favor of the budget committee recommending the proposed $2 million road bond, at the upcoming public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ken.
Well, I just wanted to check with Neil, is there anything else that we should discuss? We're okay? Okay, great. Thank
That's
you
it for
all.
what the budget committee needs to find about.
There's like the Slusher Center and stuff like that. That's just. That's
Okay,
Joe Blow.
all right, great. Let's move on to the school budget items and open it up for committee conversation.
Pass at the table?
Yeah.
Sure. All right, so we have been in this since October as a budget committee. You know, I came here with $2.80 increase. And we didn't stick our feet in the ground saying, this is what we want you guys to approve. We went back to our finance committee meeting. They decided to find extra reductions in our budget. Of eliminating a bus route in other areas too, which was about $400,000. Then after that, they got together and they decided, okay, our next step is our precious money from Article 10, which is really precious for me because we don't know what's going to happen at the end of the school year to put that money back in there to help alleviate the tax rate. So we took 400,000 from that to reduce the tax rate. We took 150,000 from our reserve fund balance. We had some money from the state in order to offset the benefits increase that we've had. And we brought it to you guys. And, you know, there was discussions and there was room to reduce the budget for 200,000 and there wasn't without having an effect on our personal line item. And I had to deliver the news support because it was not an overwhelming lot of support here for the budget. And it's our job to be able to go back and look at it. And the people that have come here tonight, I'm glad they did. And I'm not trying to show emotion. I know you guys had enough emotion for the night and that's great, but a little bit of normal emotion maybe will help. But for me, when I look at the choices we have to make, it is hard. And it really is because, you know, when I look at the professionals, the people who have to make these decisions, because I have no education background. I have wonderful staff, wonderful superintendent, and a terrific board that works really hard to make decisions. And when you look at a reduction of something that affects our students, it's hard. It really is, because someone like myself, I've said it publicly and I'll say it again, I really struggled with reading as a child. And to see that that's something that we had to put out there for the community to see what actually was left in our budget that has direct impact on our students. It really struggles. But I understand that this has been a continued relationship with you guys, that I feel that as a board member, I've helped bring awareness to you guys as a budget committee that we changed our budgeting process. We don't have that surplus to reduce the tax rate anymore. This town has said, stop with the $1.8 million surplus, please. Level funded, and we reached level staffing, which we were able to do. And as someone that, you know, I'm elected, you know, you support a strong public education. And I've said it a million times, the damn state sucks. Because we're now in the situation where we got to make decisions as a budget committee that the town now has to vote. You know, when I was at the meeting last week, the one thing that I said to the board is, why are we making a reduction? Why are we letting the town vote on the number that we submitted to you? We listened to you. We did absolutely what we felt was best, but not all of us agreed to that. And tonight the community came out, they spoke how they felt. And I just think it's important that we realize that no matter what decision we make tonight, it has an impact on our students, has an impact on our taxpayers, and there's no solution to this. To each one of you out there, advocate at the state level. I can't not say it enough. I wish there was a better way that we could all come together and say, you know what, let's get through this year. Let's look at next year. Let's have a discussion about class sizes like we did with our facilities. We have to continue to invest into our facilities. I led a project with Jay Burgess, and I'll tell you right now, if we aren't putting enough funding into our maintenance trust, we're going to be in a world full of hurt. Do you guys remember before the building project, we were NIAS had us on warning. Could you imagine if we lost our accreditation because we decided we didn't want to put money into our maintenance trust? We'd be having a whole different situation. I just wanted to let you guys understand that this conversation is starting in October, and that we have not done our best to get to where we are today without knowing the impact it has on our students. And for the board to come here and say, this is the impact, I really want you guys to understand that it was one of the hardest decisions I've had to make as a board member. And I'm gonna leave it at that because it's really hard, you know, and you guys as elected officials are appointed. You got to feel exactly what we feel. And there's 10 of you and there's 5 of us. Your number goes on the warrant. That's the norm. And that's the feelings that, you know, I received multiple phone calls, you received multiple emails, Mark. And no matter what we decide to do, it will have an impact on our students, and it will have an impact on our taxpayers. But we have to remember, our students have one opportunity to get a public education to meet their needs. And I can assure this budget committee that there's no issue in our budgeting process where we're not trying to meet the needs of our students.
Mark, can I ask you what the sentiments you received were like in the emails you got?
Thank you. I meant to do that during the public comment at the end of the public. So I received 2 emails and 1 phone call. One of the people who communicated with me also spoke at the meeting tonight, so you heard directly from them. And the 2 emails expressed concern about the reductions, and specifically around the 4th grade teacher. And one was focused on that, and another was focused on both the 4th grade teacher and the intervention specialist reduction. similar rationales as what we heard from folks who spoke with us tonight.
I'm happy to say, have it go next. So I do want to say, I already said thank you to the board and to the superintendent and all staff who worked to identify areas. I will say that at the last meeting, I did have hesitation about the number being brought. It is, like you said, no matter what, people are going to be hurt. I do think that an increase, even though we know the drivers, is still, it was still a very high increase. I have a lot of reticence about the 4th grade teaching position specifically. I don't know if it's worth the money we would save. Specifically, I think that the comments about class size tonight were fair. I think that I'm glad to know that the board and the district is going to evaluate what appropriate class sizes should be. And so maybe there is an opportunity next year to evaluate whether there's savings to be had there. But it feels very unfair to this particular rising 3rd grade class to say that just because this year feels painful, we're going to harm this particular class in the absence of a more holistic look to me. That just, again, these kids have COVID. It doesn't feel like the right thing to do just because it's the easy lever to pull, in my personal opinion. And so I'm leaning towards a number which reinstates that 4th grade teacher personally for that reason.
The original budgeted number, or are you looking just for that specific?
I would entertain a discussion on either,
Okay.
but with the reinstatement of the 4th grade teacher.
I have to caution you a little bit.
Mhm.
So when you put in a salary line item, the superintendent has the budget. He is the one that will allocate the resources on that. So I don't want to say this is what's going to happen with that specific scenario. So I want to be open and clear about that. But I appreciate what you're saying in regards.
Yeah, I guess my macro comment is that if a conversation around needs to happen around class size, which I think it does, I don't think that it should happen at the back of this particular meeting with the 10 of us, none of whom are in education.
And there was a comment that, that really stuck to me at our last meeting, that we've had the discussion about our deferred maintenance. We've had the discussion about what happened. We haven't had the discussion at the board level about class size.
Right.
Which I'm only going to speak for myself. I think it's a discussion that the community has a right to have at the beginning of the budget process and not at the end. Because I think when you're building a budget, you're looking at those situations in those areas, and you're building around. But as we all have a vote, we all have to figure out what is the best way. And we learn from each budget process how we can improve it the next one. So we've seen it on this committee where we continue to do our best to start better and ask the question.
Absolutely. I think, in my view, the trust just from last year to this year with getting towards not having a fund balance, getting the superintendent's transparency about trying to get to level staffing. I personally feel like there has been some trust even in his first year built up that if they say they're going and the board says you're going to take up class size as a discussion point next year, then that is an appropriate mechanism through which to.
And if it does come down the road that, let's say we need that 4th grade position, we're at level staffing now, right? This position potentially could come back again. Where in the previous discussion with the budget committee, you guys have mentioned you want to see some higher freeze. But if it's the needs of what the kids need in order to have that learning in that classroom and whatever's deemed appropriate for class size, the community has the right, in my opinion, to have a discussion with the board. And
just a clarification, the budget committee did not recommend a higher increase. They were individual.
The individual, you were correct. Yeah, no, that is variance. Yeah. That was clear that it was members of the.
Thank you very much.
I'm done for now.
Can I ask a question? So Norm, I understand what you're saying, that the superintendent has ultimate decision-making power about how, however much money he has is allocated. So I guess it's not a question for Norm, it's a question of the group. What are we being asked to give our opinion on here tonight? Is it just a big dollar number, $24.8 million? Or does it have to have nuance about how it's spent? And we can't, that's not our responsibility, right?
No, our responsibility is essentially to decide what number to endorse. I think it's fine to, if there was a consensus of the committee on where a change plus or minus might come from, we could share that, but that's, I wouldn't recommend this, but I think this committee is not about micromanaging the school's budget. It's about thinking about what is an appropriate number and associated tax impact to bring to the town, and then leave it to the school board and the administration to figure out how to manage it.
So depending on the year-end fund balance, is there a chance that the fourth grade teacher wouldn't have to be cut?
Because you're only, the town approves the budget. And it has to stay within that budget. The surplus or unexpected things that would happen. For example, if we got someone that didn't take early retirement, which is budgeted in there, that would go into the unreserved fund balance. That's the surplus at the end of the year.
I see. So like when we got the refund from the bus company,
Correct.
you would not be able to turn that into a teaching position.
From my understanding, no. That'd be supplant in a position, but Michelle can correct me if I'm wrong. No, come on, you
can't carry that money over to,
yeah,
to them on the position that wasn't in the budget. So that money that was in that budget has to be put in our.
Okay, then let's say you have an attrition, unexpected attrition, and there's money in the budget that you thought you were going to be spending on somebody else's salary that they left the district. I'm just trying to envision whether or not the vote that we take here today could or could not necessarily be disconnected from the actual fourth grade teacher position.
So we can't do what this happens, that happens. Okay, I mean, what has been explained from the superintendent where we are right now, that's. I'm not sure how more to answer that question. You can.
I think I know where you're going. At my level.
Can I come back? So essentially, it sounds like you're asking what I did last year where we found unintended revenue and were able to fund positions. So yes, if, like I said, everything changes from now until teachers really retire or move on or switch districts, and then you get those numbers that are returning, whether they're in your favor or not. Now, we echoed 2 weeks ago and Mr. Nato showed a presentation on what those savings could be, meaning someone leaves at 75,000, we hire 34,000. So you would have to have the right number to return, yes. That would be an opportunity, but I can't tell you that right now.
Right.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that.
Thank you, Mike.
Is that good?
Hey, don't go away,
Oh, wait.
please. And please don't suspend my children tomorrow after I ask you this question.
Don't get mad at me if there's not a lot of snow on the roads because I already got the delay.
So I mean, it is our number that's going to go to the town, but as we have seen historically, the voters of the town have every right to ask things at the school and town meeting that are well beyond our control. I understand your point loud and clear as far as like coming back to the budget committee with some cuts. These were, and I don't want to use the word easy, so I'll just use the word simple. These were simple cuts only because of the mechanics of the ESSER funding and because of the mechanics of the one-year contract. If the town voters directed you at the meeting to cut 175,000, we're talking roughly in that neighborhood without the capital improvement fund involved. Are these the cuts that you would be bringing to the table, or are there other areas of cuts that you would bring to the table?
So your scenario, can I just clarify your scenario?
Yep.
So your scenario is we move to town meeting
With the original budget?
with the original budget, and then something happens. I'd say that'd be a reevaluation of where it is, because again, I told you the easy identifiers for us were the ESSER positions of the contract that were ending.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess let me take that one step further. If you were forced to make cuts like that, whether it's tonight at the budget committee or at the school district meeting, it would affect personnel. There's
Yeah.
no other room in the.
Yes, it would be a different targeted approach on classroom teachers, yes.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, thank you. That's.
Can I ask you a related question, Mike? I don't think it's the same question, and I don't know how to ask it like exactly the right way. What I hear is that you reduced positions. I'm sure not entirely, but with some substantial reasoning being the ESSER funds and the mechanics and the contract length. If that wasn't an issue, but you still had to reduce that 175,000 from an educational standpoint, is that where you have gone, or would you have gone elsewhere? And if you're going, question.
I'm going to be as honest and transparent as I can in that our board, I'll go back to the discussion that Chris has said, it forced the discussion about class size. So again, if we're forced to make it, again, if we're doing the what ifs, because that's what this is, the what if would be evaluating class sizes at graduation class size. Does that make sense? So per grade size, per class size, that would be the targeted approach. And I believe that's been essentially past practice as well, is wherever that bubble went is the discussion that was happening. And the data that I shared earlier with some of the community members showed that bubbling effect on where one year it was fourth grade and the other year was third grade, and then the other year was second grade. So those positions moved up and down from K through 6, essentially, is what that data showed the community that requested it. So it was a bubble factor on the size of the graduation class. And then once you got to 1920, as Deb asked, once you got to 1920, it became 444.
To be clear, you have opined in the past that creates retention issues. for
Yeah,
teachers.
yeah, and in our profession, in negotiated contracts, there is a rifting procedure, so reduction in force procedure. So a lot of people know if they're the new hire and you're looking at districts and you're reviewing, and every year it's that, does someone need the experience and take a shot and they apply? Sure. Do you typically get someone from another district 3, 4, 5 years? Probably not, because they're already established higher in that, call it the order. So it definitely is in our profession as a teacher, you are evaluating if you're going to be the person or not. My first 3 years, I believe I was pink slipped, same type of stuff, because you're last one in, first one up. So I survived each year, but that's what happens in our world. So it does have an impact. And that's why these questions are challenging, because I spoke to a couple community members today. There's a difference between internal communication and external communication and what we're trying to explain. I know after the last budget committee meeting and my school board meeting, and I'm sure this meeting with the people that are paying attention and watching, there's going to be disruption in my schools tomorrow. It's jobs, it's people you work with. And again, not that anyone in any profession doesn't deal with that stuff. Every one of us, and my wife's a nurse, and it happens everywhere. But it's just a feeling that you try not to create. That's what this is.
Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. I have a question while we're sitting here.
I'd rather ask now.
When Dan went to be the full-time athletic director, you mentioned that existing staff within the high school took up his old classes.
No.
No.
Let me clarify that.
Thank you.
So with our restructuring, which is a goal of ours. So again, you want me to give you all that, or you want to get? So I'm repeating. So just tell me if I'm repeating too much. We're moving middle school teachers to just middle school. So they were teaching 4 classes of middle school in one section of high school. All right. Dan was doing athletic director plus sections of high school. Right, so we're moving middle school people to there, which is now part of our curriculum and assessment committee that's working on it right now. Along with Mr. Kelly and Ms. Gagnon, are reevaluating our program of studies, so the courses we offer. And through the courses we offer, people have brought up AP courses, but also the restructure of the curriculum that Becca's doing. So where it's required by the state to teach something at a certain point, we're kind of realigning our social studies curriculum, 6 through 12. I'm going to use 6 through 12. That's the easiest one for me. So where Dan's courses fell and when he was teaching the students, that's being put down into the middle school. So those sections are being, I want to use the word eliminated, but they're being eliminated. So they're not getting picked up because they're now being taught. I'm not going to speak for Becca, but she's putting them in the right order. So those courses are going away. No one's picking up those sections.
So just so that I'm clear, was there any surplus capacity of teaching in the high school that we could consider an opportunity cost?
I would say a surplus is not accurate. I'd say that through the curriculum work that Ms. Gagnon has now done, we're aligning what's appropriate so that the sections that we're offering match. Okay. So that gets into a whole nother discussion, which I'm sure will come about through our class size discussion on course offerings and what we're running and how many are in them. So that we're making sure that it's fair and equitable all the way through. Is that all right?
So there was no opportunity cost lost?
No, not with Dan.
Okay,
no.
Thank you.
And I told you, I approached him last year about it. And that would have been, and like I said, he didn't want to give up teaching. To his credit, I always harassed him that he was doing 1.5 jobs for one pay. And so once Becca was able to dive in and evaluate where it could all align, and I approached him by saying, listen, your colleagues aren't going to have to pick up classes. He was very, very supportive of his colleagues not having to pick up work. He felt like he was letting them down. Once we were able to realign that, I had him. So
just so I'm clear, that I was hoping if there was some opportunity cost there, we could maybe shift it to the 4th grade teacher.
Yeah. And that might come next year. If I'm showing a couple of years in advance, I think the curriculum and assessment committee has done a lot of work with the program of studies, and we're working with the departments on evaluating, but that's a multiple year switch too. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else? Mike sitting at the table.
Well, this is directly opposite to him, but I asked last week to have you look at 2 areas that were $250,000 each, and were basically involved the maintenance, building, whatever. Surprised when you came back with the option that you had to pick up $250,000. It should, I think it says to me, this is what you've been talking about, Mark. The cuts have really got to come, if we're going to cut anyways, from personnel. And you now have shown that that's where that might be. I don't have kids at that lower level, grandchildren at that lower level, but hearing the discussions about that particular class, to me, that's the one that's most vulnerable in the school at this point. And to take and for not a small amount of money, but it's still insignificant to the whole picture, to take and make them more vulnerable by increasing, 4 classes larger, or 3 if you move them down. That's not the time to do it, another place to do it. And I think all 3 of those situations, the 4th grade, the reading to the math and to the psych at the high school, those are extremely vulnerable situations, and they should be really supported this year because of the situation those kids are coming out of. And I guess I'm in a position where I'm comfortable with just asking to reduce the 75,000 and leave the other 3 numbers in there. And that would be my recommendation to my fellow partners here. It's not to say that I'm coming from a point where I think everybody can afford it in town and we shouldn't worry about it. I've been, commented 2 or 3 times this year. Our town is in trouble. But I don't think we can solve it here with this situation. I've lived here, 82 years now, and I remember telling my dad as a janitor at Maple Street School when I was 5 years old. I was sleeping and I was cleaning toilets. So I know where that group of people that just can't afford all of this comes from. Because I lived it. But I think we've grown to the point where we expect great schools, and we're just going to have to support that, or we're going to totally change our environment. I don't think most of us want that to happen. Good job, and I'm just surprised where you came out, but I understand it better now.
Anything for me? You guys are deliberating.
Yeah. Don, just a quick question. What you're proposing is that all of the reductions be restored other than the maintenance trust fund.
Correct, the 75,000.
Right, so the 44 for the intervention, the 106 for the fourth grade position, and the 26 that wasn't
Correct.
used, it was just switched over to extra funding.
I'm not making it as a motion, but that's where I'm standing.
Thank you. At some point, you might make this motion, but not yet. Don't.
So I know there's a motion, I just.
It's not a motion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I'm kind of taking the pulse of the room.
Selective hearing.
Go ahead, Rich.
Oh, okay, so based on the earlier conversation that I had about FTEs, and Michelle was clarifying the FTEs. In 2018, 2019, we had 192.5 FTEs. Today, we have 194.45 FTEs. At the same time, so we've gone up to, 2 FTEs. So in the same time span, we've gone down 80 students, or an average of 16 a year. And if you do the math on that, in 2018, 2019, we had 5.23 students per FTE. And we now have 4.77 students per FTE. So our, if you want to call it labor efficiency, our labor efficiency has decreased. And I would just encourage and I would say that the positions that have been added has not been teachers. So I would encourage the administration to, from this point forward, limit any new hiring of non-teachers. Because, we're adding money to the budget, we're adding costs to the budget, we're adding overhead to the budget without increasing teachers. And I think that's hurting our students, because now we have to make a cut, and we're going to cut a fourth grade teacher.
Thank you, Rich. Jonathan.
So the last time we took the polls, I voted to support the number that the school board brought to us that had the 250,000 in it. And that's still where I'm at. And including the 75 for the maintenance trust. So a few thoughts. One is I just want to clarify for a second. When I talk about the analogy, the classic ethics problem of diverting a train to save one person toward other people, I'm not suggesting that this is, so my thought is that I'm thinking about the needs of children on one side and people that are on fixed budgets that may not have children in the school, that are not children themselves. It's, as a friend of mine once said, a feeling statement that this is a very difficult thing. And I do think it's a bit of I don't particularly like the rhetoric to say, keep emotion out, put emotion in. Budgets are emotional. How we spend our money is emotional. It's an ethical decision. We're all here because we care. Some of us have children in this school system. Some of us had children in this school system. Some of us don't, but we all care about the town. And we all care about one another. So my thoughts are that the major drivers to the budget, frankly, are inflation and things that the teacher contract, the labor contract. These are things that are, they're just there. There's not much we can do to control them. I am very mindful of the negative effects that these cuts will have on children that are least able to advocate for themselves, and it will have a disproportionate effect on them. And I think that there are many studies that would say that they're oftentimes going to be coming from families of more limited means. So they're going to be children of more limited means. And I just don't feel comfortable. $250,000 is a small portion of this budget. It is not small. That tax impact is not small to people that are on fixed incomes. My mother lives in this town, is a very fixed income. I have sympathy for that. But I also have my own experiences that I bring to the table. You know, I needed extra help when I was younger, and it helped me, and then I improved as a student and went on. And I just think that that investment is important. Because I think that if we don't, and we try to cut this amount, that it will hurt some kids that really need it, and it will also probably cost us money in the long term. Because I do think that those children are going to stay in our school system, and they're going to require more help later, and eventually the state will require us to give them that help. So I don't even think it will accomplish what we want to accomplish. As to the maintenance trust fund, boy, just having lived through the bond and all that, like I just think we have to fund the CIP, the maintenance trust, like we just have to, like that's just how I feel about it. Like it's not as much funding as we need. We've heard that, but I think that some money has to go there because the facilities are going to continue to degrade, and I don't want to be in a situation where we have to talk about another $20 million bond or whatever to try to pick up what we've lost. I know I talk about this a lot, but I am worried about maintaining the staff that we have. And I am concerned that if class sizes grow and we ask the folks that we have to do more, right? Because if you're teaching and there's more kids in your class, then that's harder for you. If you're, that we may lose more staff in this environment after COVID. We know that there's a teacher shortage. We know that people are leaving schools. They've been lightning rods for a lot of political issues and a lot of difficult situations. And I think that again will cost us money in the long term. And the only other thing that I really have to say about this, and this isn't really something that the budget committee can affect, but it's to echo things that we've talked about in the past, is that we ought to be mindful of the state dollars and the state funding for education. And we ought to be mindful when we vote. There are possibilities to look at different revenue streams. Everybody has to take the pledge to say no income tax, but that disproportionately benefits the wealthy to the expense of the poor. The legislature just again passed a legalization bill for cannabis in this state. Tens of millions, possibly hundreds of millions of tax dollars. And that has been a bipartisan issue opposing it. I just think people should think about it when they vote, that there's a lot of money that could be going toward education to help towns like ours. So that's a long way of saying that I support the prior number in its entirety. That's where I'm at.
I would like to make a motion to that effect so we can kind of sharpen the debate here.
I would second it.
So before we do that, I need to report back to the board what you guys would think of our original number. I'm not going to make the motion. I don't think it's necessary based on what I'm hearing, but just so whatever happens with the majority of this vote, it's important for me as the board member to be able to say where you guys stood on our recommendation.
We haven't voted on.
Well, I mean,
Well, no, because if this goes through, then we're really not gonna have a feel for the boards. I'm not making a motion, just want to have a feel for if there's anyone here that supported what the school board presented tonight.
we're just trying to move our budget onto a public hearing 2 weeks right now.
Correct, but it's a different number than what the school board, I'm just trying to get the feel for.
Or maybe not.
Yeah, but if it turns out to be an 10-0 vote, that's gonna give you the information you want.
Okay, you're right.
So Steve, you have made a motion that the budget committee bring to the public hearing its recommendation on the operating, I'm gonna start with the operating budget.
Yeah.
The maintenance trust fund is gonna be separate. We gotta talk about this separately. Of the original number presented to us 2 weeks ago. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but
Michelle, could you repeat the number out loud?
Yes, it is 24,892,924.
Okay, thank you.
and Jonathan, you seconded that?
Yes.
Any comments?
And the other figure was 250,000 less than that?
It's 24/7.
It was, no, it wasn't, because we're not talking about the maintenance trust.
Oh, yeah,
fund right
yeah,
now. The other
okay.
figure was
Sorry.
175,000 less than that.
Right.
175,000.
So it was 24,714 to, 91,
Oh, 91,
24,
24714,291.
29. Okay.
And that's the operating budget. It was reduced to that.
Do we need the number?
We need the original number, because that's what's in a motion.
That number we have.
Yeah, so that's the number we're doing right now. Are there any
I
comments?
thought Michelle just gave it.
Yes.
Michelle,
gave us the number.
24,892,924.
924, okay.
I wrote it down right.
Yep.
Right, I'm gonna make a comment. So I'm gonna vote against this. Probably get a bunch of emails tomorrow. Which is okay. Like, I am supportive of the revised operating budget. To your question, Norm, that was brought forward tonight, in a super uncomfortable way. But I simply feel that we need to bend the growth curve down a little bit in the school's budget. And I don't think there's any way to do that without looking at personnel and class sizes and things that are really painful and hard to talk about and uncomfortable. Given the current tax structure and the way that we fund schools in New Hampshire. It's a forcing mechanism, as it already has been, for the school board and the community to talk about things like class size, support structures, and what do we think is a sustainable budget. What is not unduly burdensome, as someone brought up tonight. And I think it's an important forcing mechanism. Glad the school board had the conversation. It sounds like it was really hard. And the school board voted to endorse what was brought to us tonight, 4-1. So that's influential for me. I have some discomfort with some of the specifics about what's being proposed to be cut. So people made a lot of really important and valid points about vulnerable age groups and why. Is this the best place to reduce the budget? Are these the best places to reduce the budget? I don't know, makes me uncomfortable. But I have a lot of faith in Mike and his team and the board that they thought of all the bad choices. These were the least bad. So am I uncomfortable with it? Yes. Do I think it will have impact on students? Yes. So I just want to be truthful about that. Should the budget be approved? Should the revised budget go forward and be approved? I would hope that Mike and the school board would give a lot of consideration to the comments that have come in from the community and think further about how they allocate their budget. And I'll talk about the maintenance trust fund when we get to that part.
Sorry.
No worries. Any other comments before we vote?
I guess I have one more comment. I am going to vote for the formerly proposed budget, if you will. But I want to just publicly say that I think I have a lot of the same concerns. I'm landing in a different place than you are, but I think I also did some Googling, and it does seem that our class sizes are smaller than average. And while that is a factor of why I personally moved here for our grade school, so I'm not looking to change the composition of the town. It does feel like, given the growth curve, some assessment of that could be done. To the point that I made earlier, I simply don't feel that pulling a trigger on some money, $175,000 specifically, seems like a small number for a direct hit to a specific cohort of students that has already suffered to me. And so for that reason, I don't feel like that's the right avenue to direct that, but I think that the voices tonight that have spoken have hopefully spoken loud and clear that the board and the superintendent will look at class sizes. That's fine.
Krista. Go ahead, Rich.
I'm gonna vote with Mark on this one because there's some things that we have to consider that next year we'll be renegotiating the teachers' contracts and our teachers and Hess contract too, I believe.
Yes, in 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and
The way the contracts work is it's a cost of living adjustment. And we're going through a period of inflation right now. And when we renegotiate those contracts, they're gonna do a look back and they're gonna say, well, we need to be made right for the step increases essentially that we lost due to inflation. So whatever new contract we come up with is gonna hit the taxpayer pretty hard. Inflation is probably gonna continue for another year. And the school board is talking about a new loan at some point for safety and security, right?
Not come to our table to discuss.
Right, but it's coming up within the next.
I don't even know when it's coming. Our priority has been this budget right now.
No, but we were told that
Yeah.
that was like a,
There has
you know,
not been
a
presented.
prospect of that, and what might be coming down the pike, that there was a prospect of that in the future year.
As a warrant.
Is I think what you're saying.
Yeah.
As a warrant.
So that's kind of on my horizon too, that, you know, the taxpayer is gonna be hit with a new loan package at some. The other thing I want to bring up is that, you know, I've been on the board quite a while. And back when Steve was the administrator, you know, I was always trying to encourage him to please don't keep hiring more staff. You know, let's pay the staff that we have well. And keep a teacher over the shoulder of our students, but not have so much of this other staff. You know, our administration is really very expensive for our small community to bear. And it's kind of like dragging an anchor around. I mean, imagine if we had $1.5 million or 1.5 million or whatever it is for the administration. Imagine if we could invest that in teachers instead. You know, perhaps if we merged our administration with another town and we could save 50% of that, but we chose an administration, our own SAU rather. And within that framework, we have chosen to spend a lot of money on new positions within our administration. So we made those choices, and unfortunately, now we have to look at cutting a teacher. That is choices that we've made. We've chosen to add overhead, and now we have to reduce. So I'm gonna go with Mark.
You know, Rich, your comments just made me think of just a couple other things I want to add. So I'm going to agree with something you said and disagree with something. I don't think of the administration as overhead. So just for what it's worth. I ran a nonprofit for a bunch of years. Some people might have thought of me as overhead. I don't think so. I think my staff would have felt that way. But when I look at what Mike and the curriculum director and the facilities director and those people, that doesn't feel to me like overhead. That feels like part of having a high functioning school system. Just my perspective, I'm not trying to persuade anybody. Where I do agree is I think we should pay people who work for a school system what they should be paid. I was really happy to support the contracts last year, both in terms of the salary and also the benefits, especially the benefits catch up that our HES contract provided. And, you know, when I think about personnel costs, I just think we're going to have to look at, can you run the school system in a way that the town will feel good about with a smart workforce? We just have to have that conversation. It's a hard conversation. I don't know the answer. But whatever workforce we have, we should pay them and compensate them in a competitive way for this field so that people feel good about working for our school system. And they should also have money to spend in your classrooms. And when you put all your money into personnel, it means you don't have enough money for other things. It can mean that, whether it's maintenance trust or other things. So for me, we don't have hard conversations about personnel. We'll just be in this same conversation every year. And just the other comment is just, I think, because it's come up a few times, and I think it's a good question, which is like, is this reduction in the growth in the tax rate worth it? Right? That's a fair question to ask. Is this 175,000, whatever that is in the tax rate, worth it? And I don't know what that, that 20 cents on the tax rate, it means a lot to some people. So it's worth it to some people in our community because it's what the tipping point is for individuals in our community. It's different for everybody. So I feel like you can ask that question about any $175,000 in the school budget or the town budget. Our budgets are high. We have revenue challenges. No, I don't want to say our budgets are high. We have revenue challenges to meet our needs in the town. And so for me, I just have a hard time with the question, is it worth it? Because it's, whatever 175,000 that Mike and his team would have put forward, it would have felt not worth it to some people and worth it to others. But I'm looking at how do you bend the curve down a little bit. So that's just my take on that question.
So what number are you talking about?
Well, we're going to vote on the motion on the table, but I'm in support of the revised number, the revised operating budget that was put forward by the school board tonight.
So the 250.
No, the 175 reduction. I'm not talking about, we're going to talk about the maintenance trust fund afterwards. So I'm in support of what the school board voted 4-1 to bring to us tonight. But that's not what we're voting on right now. We're voting on the motion that Steve put forward, which is to restore that 175. Are there further comments?
I just wanted to say that a couple of years ago at town meeting, there was a map put up with all the land that we're not allowed to use for development, right? Because of the Army Corps of Engineers and whatnot. We have very limited amount of land that we can actually let people build on or have businesses operate on. That's another constraint, just like the state issue, the state funding issue that we have to consider is that places like Bow, they've got a ton of businesses that help support the school system. And we just don't really have as much wiggle room because of the lack of space really to let people build businesses here. So unfortunately, it is irrevocably, or at least until we change the whole tax structure, irrevocably tied to working people and retirees to help these vulnerable children. And I want to help the vulnerable children as best as I can. And I don't want to force people to move out of this town that I've lived in, on and off since I was 6 years old. I feel as though we have an obligation to make sure that the elementary school children have reading and math skills that will provide success in the later grades. And regardless of these other constraints, I don't want the fourth grade held hostage by the fact that the state of New Hampshire does a poor job of funding education. So I'm going to be voting in favor of the higher budget.
So after listening to everybody, and I agree with everything, I am very, very torn. And I have been, I can't tell you the hours going through this. I think on the one hand, Mark and Rich will be adding, since I've been on budget committee, I have heard people say what we have to do is the biggest expense is the teacher benefits and, you know, the pay, that's our biggest expense. This will be putting a permanent teacher and interventionists that on here. Then I'm looking at it and I agree that the amount for what it's going to do for the students that are in that position, in order to help them, we have to have the cost of the teachers. It would be great to have the ESSER funds again, kick it down the road, have another year. But in all honesty, I don't know. And I mean, you know, I may be looking down the road of needing to leave, but I had a son that benefited from these schools and what was offered. And I can tell you today that he is successful because of that. So I will go with putting that back in.
Thank you, Debbie. Any further comments?
I've been struggling with this because I'm really looking at affordability. But where it seems like we're debating between the two numbers, I think I agree with, you know, where Debbie was going, that if we cut the 175, that's penny wise and pound foolish, that in the long run, it's going to cost us more. So I'm supporting the budget from 2 weeks ago.
Thank you, Ken. Any further comments? Okay, so let's call the question. Although we are voting on Steve's motion to restore the $175,000 to the operating budget. Michelle gave the number. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
I abstain.
One abstention. So Norm abstained, Rich and Mark voted no, all those voted aye.
So I will bring
Motion
this.
carries. No, the motion carries, and that is the number that we will be bringing to the public hearing.
So what I will do is we have a school board meeting before the public hearing.
Yeah.
So I will bring this number to them and provide them with your feedback and the vote and see if they will confirm it. And then I would do a presentation to the community since it'd be a record, it'd be agreeable. No, I'm not familiar with there being a discrepancy in the budget community.
Yeah,
It's
if
a unique
the school
situation.
board wants to go in a direction that is different from the number that the budget, we can talk about how to present that.
Yeah.
at the public hearing.
Okay, but
We can deal with that.
as of right now, I am going to go back to the school board saying it was a 7-2-1 vote in the budget committee to go with the first proposal that was brought here 2 weeks ago for the operating budget. Is that correct? Okay,
That's correct.
thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the maintenance trust fund. Someone want to make so we can have this, you can motion to recommend $175,000 for the maintenance trust fund, which is, right, what was?
No, so the warrant that the school board is presenting is 200,000. It is $75,000 less, Jonathan. Yes, so I will make the motion for the budget committee to approve the maintenance trust fund for $200,000.
Okay.
What was the
So
motion?
the motion is to recommend a $200,000 warrant for the maintenance trust fund, which is the revised number, $75,000 lower than what was presented 2 weeks ago. Norm moved it, Krista seconded it. Let's open up for discussion.
I can't speak enough on how important this is for us. And even just taking $75,000 away from that still scares me. But I feel that in a time where we were able to take money back from the building project and really alleviate the CIP, I think, 200,000 will help with our schools. Yes, the normal number should have been 400,000. Now that the district has a real great CIP, we have to continue to fund it appropriately. And yes, we've heard the community, we know it's a difficult budget season, but I can't stress enough that this 200,000 goes a long way to maintain our buildings, maintain what we've built. I haven't used deferred maintenance here in a long time. I think Jay would leave if I said deferred maintenance. But quite frankly, we should be proud of what we did with the building project. We communicated for 3 years with you guys, every add-on. And we did alleviate pressure on the budgeting process by having some money go back on the bond. But we do have a lot of maintenance we need to do to maintain that's been built out for this community to see. And I hope that the budget committee can support what we feel is appropriate to put into our maintenance trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Norm. So we can have some discussion. If a member of the committee wants to amend the number, you can propose that amendment and we would vote on that amendment before we vote on the original proposal.
I don't think, Michelle, can they amend? Yeah, they can.
No, it's the school board's warrant.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, I don't mean,
yeah.
forgive me. We have, your number is going to go to the public hearing.
Correct.
But we can recommend a different number. So if a member of the committee feels the budget committee should recommend a different number than the 200,000.
Got it. Okay.
You can make that proposal. And we would vote on that.
Right, or we could just say we're voting up or down on this and then propose a different.
We could do that as well. Yeah.
Like,
That's another way to do it.
me too, you're right, Mark.
So let's open up for discussion. Any comments on the maintenance trust fund?
I'm supportive of Norm's motion.
I mean, I kind of said what I think about this. My concern is that with the 75 in, it's probably still not sufficient, and I'm very worried about being in the same position that we found ourselves in 4 years ago, 5 years ago, whatever it was. So that's that said, I'm absolutely mindful that it is a hard time. So I don't have much more to say about it.
Further comments?
Can I just ask a point of order? If Norm is seen on the school budget, can you just maybe the difference between making a motion on a trust fund?
Well, he doesn't have, you could still abstain,
Okay.
but
Yeah,
he's
so-
making the motion to move it.
Okay, I wasn't sure if there was a difference. Policy.
Nope. So the warrant that we voted on as a school board was 200,000. So I'm in support of that. So that's what I'm moving on the budget committee. I couldn't support the operating budget until the board has that discussion to confirm it.
Okay. So
We could
that's
vote,
what it
I
is.
guess you could say, as it was 5-0 originally, but I think it's important we take the discussion back to them
Okay.
with the feedback we heard tonight.
I appreciate your explanation. Sorry.
No.
Points of order are welcome. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, so the motion is to endorse the school board's proposed number of $200,000 for the maintenance trust fund. All those in favor, say aye.
Is that with or without the 75,000?
So without, Norm has moved it as 200,000. That's the vote. that's on the
Mr.
table.
Houston, we reduced it from 275 to 200,000.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, anything further? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. So just for the minutes, Jonathan was the nay, the remainder were aye. That carries.
Also, just for the minutes, I did not propose an amendment.
Thank you. Okay, I think are there other school warrants actually that the budget committee needs to recommend?
Michelle, I think it was just two, right?
Right, all we have is 3 articles, and the first one is just the reports, to accept the reports, so we're all set. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Neil. Oh, gosh, I forgot. So we also have the 2 precinct budgets. And so, Donna, would you like to make a motion to approve the village precinct budget, and if you wouldn't mind stating the number? For us to recommend it, sorry. And Vicky, we're gonna ask you to do the same with the pockets of precinct.
Move that the board, no, the committee move on the total appropriations recommended by the Kentucky Village Precinct of $522,534.
Second.
You get your water. You get your water.
Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? I have yours here if you want. Is that helpful?
It is, can I ask Thomas a question?
For a lifeline?
Call a friend.
So the correcting, we can vote to recommend our budget. Yes? Okay,
The water.
yeah. Okay, so I have a number here.
Do you want this?
Thomas, you come over.
Sorry. My cards are freezing.
No, this is old.
Yeah, freezing.
Yeah.
Block it.
Uh-huh.
You have to do one for the water budget. Same.
Okay, so 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Okay. I apologize that you don't have this. in front of you.
Please.
If you want, you
You're
can
doing
reach out to Neil and you can put it up on the screen. But we've got 2 articles that are gonna come up at our annual meeting. The first one, I'm just gonna read it to you. To see if the village precinct will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $116,838 for the general expenses and debt service of the water department. And then there's bullet points with details underneath it, which say water administration, 5,000, water services, 92,200, interest, 4,149, and a principal loan payment of 15,489. The appropriation will be offset by $72,250 in user fees, $40 of interest, and $44,548 in unassigned fund balance. So that's the first one.
All right, so you've moved that.
I move to approve that.
Okay, Norma seconded. Any discussion? What's that?
It's the 116,000.
116,000. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Okay, number 2.
To see if the village precinct will vote to raise the sum of $29,237 for the general expenses of the precinct to be offset by $6,913 from unassigned fund balance, with $22,324 to come from taxation.
A second. Norm seconds. Discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? You're in business.
Thank you.
The lights will stay on. At least we'll recommend that they stay on. The water will flow.
There was much rejoicing.
And there's much rejoicing. Okay, is there any other business to come before the board?
The February 8th meeting, will that be here at the high school?
That will be here
Okay,
at 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
All right.
Anything else for the committee tonight?
Two hours away.
Second.
Neil, thank you very much. All in favor of adjourning, say aye.